my DMs. So yeah, give me 1 second.
Dang, you got those many people in your DMs?
Huh?
Popular. You got those many people in your DMs? You popular.
Yeah. Hi everybody on YouTube, guys. Hi Katalia and Ahmed Eyes. Can you just let me know if you guys can hear me on YouTube? Just put a yes in the chat. Actually, and let me share this. Send direct message. Let's see. So people here. Let's see there. All right. Join, share, join, and retweet space. And I'm gonna send to. Damn, Judge. Send him the link. Paste. All right. Let's check. Let me check. Yes. Okay. Thank you guys on YouTube. You guys can hear me. All right. Please hit the like button on YouTube. Share on YouTube. Waiting for some more people to come in on X. So it says topic: sitting on the couch versus voting. I should have wrote out the words, but open mic from 9 to 12. Yeah. I just sent the judge the link, so I'll just wait for him to come on. Let's see. Let me retweet the space. What do I? No, I don't need to retweet it. Okay, yeah. Okay, I sent it out already. This is good enough. All right. All right. So I'm just waiting for the judge to come up. It's open mic. Tuesdays is kind of, she is in the heat for the fireman. Oh, okay. Tuesdays is like a little bit laid back. It does get, I do appreciate YouTube. YouTube has been popping on this channel, on the judge channel on YouTube. And I noticed that the X spaces don't pick up until like later, which is fine, but I don't know. Let's see. Okay, okay, that's the thing. No. All right. Let me see something here.
I'll be able to share on some more spots once I get parked somewhere right quick.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, I sent it to these people already. I think I did. Yeah. Let me send it here again. I don't know. Love Judge Joe Brown. Can't stand Dana. Well, don't listen to me. Why are you here? And you're a troll looking at your name. And I don't, if you can't think of a decent name, I don't want you on my platform. So let me just hide you. I'm on that type of time tonight because y'all already know I don't have patience. It's a lot of people that have a lot of time on their hands for dumb shit. Y'all got a lot of time on your hands. Oh, let me put this here. Let me text him, make sure he got the damn link. Sent the link. Are you logging on? All right. So open mic is, you could talk about whatever. And the topic is couch or vote, right? But anything else you want to talk about, you can. Of course, stuff that is going on currently in the news. Um, that I heard that this presidential debate owns the right, so independent content creators or independent media can't stream the debate live. So I can't stream it live on my channel. None of us can apparently on YouTube. You're like mainstream terrestrial television or media. However, I may just stream it on my website. So yeah, I think it'd be harder for them to track that.
You might
Um,
want to check with some of Elon's posts because a lot of people were complaining about it, and I think he said that you'll be able to do it from here. Do what do you call it? Where narrate it or whatever. What is it? Commentary? Because a
yeah,
lot of
comment.
people, yes, ma'am. A lot of people were complaining about it on here too, and I saw a message from him about it, but I didn't pay enough attention to it. I think he
I'm
said you
look
could
into
do it.
that. Thank you for telling me that. I'm gonna look into that because that's fucked up. If and that's what I'm saying. Trump should have never see if he would have been like no, then they would have been like, oh, he's scared. But he should have said, I'll do it, but you have to let the public and independent media have access to it. Because what they're gonna try and protect Biden and ambush Trump.
Yes,
So
ma'am. And try to spin everything he says and only fact check what they want to fact check. And that's what a lot of people were up in arms about. So I believe Elon was telling people that on this platform, they can't, he won't let them hold them like, try to take it down or either try to sue them over using it because it should be public access or whatever, because it's a debate.
right. Yeah, it's a political debate about our democracy, our presidency here, our institution, our constitution. And you're talking about media, freedom of speech, freedom of press. Like, come on. So that lets me know right then and there that, they're trying to protect Biden. So Judge, I sent you the co-host thing. I hope did you get it? Click on it. I am dehydrated. I got a headache earlier because I'm dehydrated. I'm drinking water now. And I gotta stop doing that. I gotta go fill up my glass jugs because I don't even drink alkaline. I drink reverse osmosis water. Um. So yeah. Hi, Judge. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah, that was 2 hours, and you're only supposed to do an hour, honey. You had some people in that chat upset.
What were they upset about?
And some of the stuff you were saying, some of
I
them called
don't
you a
give
bigot.
I don't give a goddamn because they need to hear it. And I'm sick and tired of pandering to soft people.
Yeah.
Soft people get nowhere except bossed. And we need to put ourselves as a country, as a people, as ethnic groups in the position where we can dictate what happens to us and not be subject to somebody else. I was listening to this thing about, the billionaires are running and everything economic was against us and all of that. And the point is, why don't you take control? You have political authority. Everybody's trying to court you. You don't know how to use that situation effectively, so get it together and learn.
Yeah, basically. So tonight's topic, of course, is open mic. And people could come up and mention whatever. But I did put a question, topic sitting on the couch versus voting, because I hear people run around saying that they are going to sit on the couch and not vote. They're not going to vote if they don't mention reparations, yada yada yada. And I'm just like, why would you want to sit on a couch and not vote? I think that's the stupidest
It's a
thing.
punk play. It's a punk play. PUNK play. PLAY. To sit on the damn couch. That is an abdication of your responsibility as a citizen. You live here, whether you like it or not. If you don't, move the hell out of the place and go somewhere else. And too many people have died to make sure you get an opportunity to exercise a franchise. It's not making it too tough because every knucklehead out there, thug and gang banging, has got a driver's license. So if they can get the license to operate a motor vehicle, they can register to vote. And please don't respond to nonsense like take your booties to the poll. Study it like you do somebody's floor percentage for the NBA or passing percentage for the NFL or RBIs for Major League Baseball. Pay attention to what the hell's going on around you instead of trivial pursuit crap.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts? And people, you could request now to come up if you have anything to say. But what are your thoughts, Judge, on couch or voting box? You know, that rhetoric that's running around.
I think it's a punk play if you play the couch. I mean, basically, it's just lazy. It's just trying to sit there and be trendy. I'm voting the couch. Yeah, sure.
If you have nobody to vote for,
actually, considering what's on the line, there's no reason to have nobody to vote for. This time, you need to make some hard decisions. And that's your duty to yourself and everybody around and about you.
Yeah. I mean, if you have nobody to vote for, vote your name in. That's it.
And don't just do that because that's a giveaway. Everybody ought to be aware that you got a senile idiot, a buzzard bait, somebody who is getting ready to keel over from old age and decrepitness, and you've got the humping hyena sitting there in the wings wanting to take over. And that's not good for anybody in this country or the world for that matter. So pay attention to what's going on around and about you. Don't take the easy way out.
Why are you now? You just did a show where you wasn't clicking nothing, you wasn't playing with nothing. Why is it when we doing something together, you got to be touching something, cleaning something?
Because I'm getting ready for what I need to get ready for.
Well, can you do it after the space?
Well, that's a long time from now.
No, it's not. You sat up there. Well, you know what? If you would have just managed your time and talked for an hour, you could have had an hour to do what you're doing now.
Freedom is not at an hourly rate. Freedom
so what I'm
is
asking
not
you
convenience.
Is, can you
it
stop
is
the
what
clicking?
Is necessary.
Right? Can you?
Okay, I'm doing something right now. I'll mute.
Thank you. Just mute up because you wasn't clicking and clacking on somebody else's platform. And we talked about this earlier. So I want to get to some speakers. Keep it real, and then the Negro. Hello.
Hello, I don't want to speak. This is my first time just looking in. I don't want to speak.
Oh, you must have hit the request button by accident.
That's okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to listen.
All right, so I'll drop you down to speaker then.
Okay, it's fine.
All right. Thank you for being here. How do I do that? Oh, remove from speaker. Okay. I'll drop you down to listener. That's what I meant. So like I said, anybody want to come up, please do so. Go ahead, the Negro.
Hi, Judge. Hi, Dana. How's things going? Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I moved now. I'm no longer in Connecticut.
Where are you?
I'm in Delaware now.
Hey,
I actually like Delaware. There's a lot of nice black beautiful sisters out there. But that's besides the point. Um, what's up with this? What's up with this? People saying that the couch is not the move right now. Like, if they don't have anything in my interest, I don't think I should move. I'm not motivated.
Well,
Motivate yourself. There's an issue going on here. You get nothing. World's going to hell. You're getting bamboozled. Some people are beginning to take over the country who do not have the interest of normal people at stake. You've got folk that are trying to sit there and hustle. You don't see what's going on with Fannie Willis and Letitia James and all of the many and sundry that have been ripping off and stealing and embezzling and misappropriating public funds. And they know that you're either going to not vote for anybody, which means they win, or you'll vote for them out of loyalty. You see, you have to stop that. That's a positive evil. You can't let it get, you can't let them get away with it.
Oh, okay.
That's what you have to do.
Can I push back? The reason why I'm for the couch, this is going to be two years going strong, all right? And I am a registered voter, so like I don't have any record and anything like that, and I have voted in the past. The reason why I think that we shouldn't vote as Black American people, especially when it guys with Trump, is if Trump does anything that's not liable or that's not in our interest or does things that I could say that's against another ethnic group, the blood is not on our hands. It's on white people's hands. I look at
No, white
no, wait.
people, it's on you. You
But
gotta vote,
no,
brother.
no.
Use
The
it.
thing is that I'm getting at and I'm saying is that why would I want to have the hands their blood on our hands? Why I'm going to support their stuff and pick up their toys when they threw all the toys out there for us to clean up? I'm not their maid,
What?
Judge. They
Don't
need
you
to
live
clean up
here?
on their own.
Don't you live here?
I agree. I'll vote for things that are in my interest that's going to uplift my community. But what I'm not going to do is
don't you
uplift.
see?
What I'm not
Wait,
going to
wait,
do
wait,
is
wait, wait.
uplift white
What's
people's stuff,
gonna?
though. That's what I'm getting at,
Wait a
Judge.
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's gonna be no majority race in about 10, 12 years. So whose interest are you voting for?
We will deal with that in 10 or 12 years, Judge. We're talking about right now.
No, by then it might be too damn late. You can't talk what you want. You can't say what you want to say on most of these social media platforms because you get censored. You can't say what you want to say or do what is appropriate because let's assume you get fired up and you decide to run for office. Well, if you deviate from the party line, they'll try to put a Trump charge on you. Okay, a trumped up charge on you. Okay, you don't have a good economy because folk are deliberately engineering inflation because it's good for the people they represent who are in high finance. Because when you engineer controlled inflation, you wind up helping folk reduce their debt load. So why are all these people getting an opportunity to prevail? When you you take the billionaires who can afford the PR, they get people psyched out so they don't want to deal with it, so they don't have to do anything. So why you want to let them get away with it?
I'm not going to say, like, hypothetically, if white supremacy win and Trump's getting, hypothetically, right? We're just doing, he's going to go after those bad Black folks anyway. So again, why are we going to get our hands soiled when they're not promoting our interests? That'll be my report
Well,
back
wait
to
a
you.
minute.
Simply,
Let me
Judge.
ask you a
Simply.
question. When it hits the fan, you gonna stand by the side and watch it?
I'm saying they're not giving me anything to fight for or fight with. So, like, nah, I'm good.
Okay. Some people count on that, don't you?
And people count on us to participate in a system that's not benefiting us. They promote that too, Judge. Come on now.
The system doesn't benefit you if you don't participate in it. You participate in it meaningfully, and it benefits you because you are worth the attention that you demand. You don't participate in it, nobody gives a damn because there's no consequence that you can vest. You're not going to do what they did in the mid 60s about burn, baby, burn. That's not happening unless you happen to be of the wrong persuasion and then you get approved to do that, but it doesn't get anybody anywhere. So, what are the consequences you're going to vest? Are you going to withhold your vote and do what? because they want you to stay home. They only need a small minority who will go along with their programs, and then they win. And then you get 4 more years of the Biden administration, which won't won't even last 12 months before the humping hyena takes over. So that's what you want.
What I want is
Look at
that our interest is being met. Like they're not even talking about a hate crime bill. They're not talking about anything that we have.
You
No,
don't want
no.
a hate
And
crime
they come
bill.
back and
Why
they
would
gave
you
us
want a hate crime
Juneteenth
bill?
Day, and we don't even
Yeah.
benefit off it economically off of Juneteenth Day. Like we like not even from a day off. Like everybody gets a damn day off. Now you got everybody with red, black, and green, and don't even have the right colors for Juneteenth Day, and just skipping over the fact of the Negro and the Black American people. So, like, yeah, I'm
Well,
pretty
why
much,
don't you
I'm
turn
pretty,
them out?
but me personally, Judge, I'm pretty much turned off by both parties. Both parties are
Well, don't get
dunskies to me.
turned off. You're in a war and people are shooting at you. Some of the shots at you are coming from your side. It's called friendly fire. You're out there and your Air Force comes in to pull off a strike to clear the way for an offense. And some of the friends get killed because some of the bombs are misguided, missiles, whatever it may be. Shit happens. You can't just back off because the circumstances are unpleasant. You have to jump in there and you have to battle. And the only thing you've got up there right now that gives you any influence at all is an effective use of your vote. And it's not like you've got somebody who is pristinely good. You've got somebody that is an absolute clown that's been jacking us around, and his people have been bamboozling everybody else for economic gain. And you have somebody that at least tried that people have been turned off to because of lying propaganda. I mean, come on now. It's up to you to get in there. That's like you're on a football team and you say, I don't feel like blocking.
Hey, you see how
I
they
mean, I'd
treating
rather
Caitlin
run
Clark
with the
on? You see
ball.
how they treating Caitlin Clark on the basketball field, like or the basketball court?
Who gives
Like
a
they
goddamn?
ain't looking
That's
out for her on the
irrelevant.
screen. You know she ain't gonna get them points up.
So
So it
it's
happens. It happens.
irrelevant.
It happens when
It's
it happens.
it's irrelevant. What she does on a basketball court has absolutely no impact on your day after tomorrow. That's a distraction. Caesar said 2,000 years ago, give them bread and circuses so they will be preoccupied. Feed them and entertain them so their betters will have free reign to determine what happens. Keep them occupied, keep them fed, and they won't give a damn what you do. And that's about it. So don't let that happen. That's the meaning to your status. You have a part in this. Go vote and go find out what's going on behind the scenes, not just talk about it. Cast the vote. I have seen elections. I've been official witness or involved as a judge in an election that's dealing with it. And the outcome was decided by 11, 12, 17 votes out of a few 100,000. They actually make a difference. And what voting is about is interesting. In other words, might makes right. But instead of lining up with spears, shields, swords, battle axes, or assault rifles and submachine guns and grenades, you say instead of us going at this and seeing how many we kill off, that can get kind of messy. Let's just have a vote count and see who's going to have the majority, and the majority would probably win outside of having a damn good general. So why be nasty about it? Let's be neat about it. Let's vote. See, a vote is a stand in for war. Most people don't know it, but that's
a
political
nation, but
science.
I'm glad you brought that up, because a lot of people are starting to get kind of in a revoltish type of mood. Like, they're out here killing us. We're not getting justice. We're not getting any paper. So, like, why should we cooperate with a system that's not cooperating with us? Me personally, I don't see the benefit in it, either or participating.
Well,
And you kind of know that route that I would want black people to go.
I
So
got you, but
I'm gonna
son,
whole
look,
nother. I'll entertain it, but me personally, you already know what I'm already doing. Like, I'm
I understand, son, but the bottom line is most of what you complain about when you come on these spaces is worth complaining about, but the solution is go vote. And if you vote, you have influence. And when people have influence, they get listened to.
You don't think that,
And the
but
problem,
Judge, you don't think that we have influence by not by voting, by seeing
no, you
by
don't.
not seeing
When
the
you,
potential untapped.
no, you don't, because you're irrelevant. In other words, you just reduce the size of the electorate, and it's still who's going to get the most votes out of that limited electorate. So when you don't like something, don't say, I have no choices, because you do, because sometimes uh, there's other things besides making the best selection. There is punishing somebody for ignoring you. There is putting somebody in who will heighten the contradiction so you see with greater clarity what's going on. And let's put it this way, if you're going to manage business, you have to pretty much be on top of the math, the algebra, the compound interest. And it isn't exactly like black folk invented that. You know, it might have been white, Chinese, Arabic. In fact, what are the Arabic numerals? So you can do modern calculus and algebra and geometry and physics. And we pick up the cell phone. The cell phone works on principles of quantum mechanics, but that requires a mathematical basis. So who invents the math? The math is responsible. It comes from, flows from all of humanity. You have black, white, brown, red, yellow mathematicians, a lot of brilliant high IQ people. It's not confined to any one race or ethnic group. So we cannot afford to sit there and isolate ourselves, because historically and prehistorically, going back at least 50,000 years, what they dig up out of the ground shows that humans engaged in massive efforts to communicate with each other over long distances. You have flint used to make tools that was acquired from 160 miles away, back when you had to hump on your own two hind legs with stuff out there trying to eat you. You have value systems put up, early monetary systems that came from a long way away. You have the urge to communicate around the world, son. And you can't isolate yourself, because humanity doesn't work that way. The cell phone that you have has vital elements in its makeup that come from 15, 16, 9, 4, 5,000 miles away. And there's no way you could be talking to us right now without this massive communication amongst humanity.
I want to put this on the table, because I just edited the title and I put a hashtag Vivek, because he's trending. And on YouTube I put, will Vivek Ramaswamy, I gotta change it up. Will Vivek Ramaswamy be nominated for vice president? Um, they're saying that Trump said his person that he's going to nominate for VP will be in the audience, and apparently Vivek said he's going to be in the audience. So now it's speculation that he's going to nominate Vivek to be his running mate to be VP. I hope not, because that will definitely turn me off. I'm still going to vote, because there are other people on that ballot, especially locally, you know, that I will be voting for. So yeah, so I just want to throw that out there, so people come up, they could comment on that and whatever else. I want to go to Real Queen. Now, Real Queen, I said that you could be a co-host. I could make you a third co-host. Hopefully it doesn't glitch the space. Um, So I want to go to Real Queen and then Stacks, and then I'll come back to you, the Negro. You can unmute, Real Queen.
Okay. I missed most of the space because I was busy earlier, but I have a few things to share with Black America about reparations, about slavery, and whatnot. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say is Black people know enough to believe they're right, but not enough to know they're wrong. And that's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. When it comes to slavery and reparations, I recommend that Black people study reparations and slavery for at least 4 to 6 years before you render a judgment and believe you know everything there is to know about reparations and slavery, because the reality is most Black people, including Tariq Nasheed, do not know a thing about reparations, first and foremost. In a recent video, Tariq was talking about, oh, we want casinos just like the Native Americans and give us this and give us that. That's kid in a candy store bullshit. Okay. The Native Americans got casinos because they had a gripe about land rights and territory, being they were the natives. Okay. We did not. African slaves were not natives to this country. So to make a claim to casinos, listen, casinos are basically just the natives' way of doing cooperative economics, okay, and building financially for themselves. It's not about, oh, we just want casinos willy-nilly. Okay, so this notion that we should receive casinos, everything the natives get, is total bullshit. And here's the thing about slavery. Black people sold Black people, white people paid for it monetarily. So the reality is, fuck your feelings, excuse that word, that we built the slave trade too. Our ancestors built the slave trade. So the same people, especially in the state of California, owe Black people money when California was a free state is total bull crap. And so, again, Black people know enough to believe they're right, but not enough to know they're wrong. And I'll land my ship right there.
Okay. So I can make you co-host, Real Queen, if you want to be co-host. Just the only rule that I have, no F-bombs, so that's for anybody, and you can't mute anyone. I leave the mute button in control of me and the judge.
Okay, whenever you want to send the link to do that, I'll be ready to try to accept it.
Okay, cool. I want to real quick. I want to go to who was it? Oh,
because honestly, I was looking for the link earlier to see if you send it, but you hadn't sent it yet, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I thought maybe you changed your mind about it.
No. For me to send it, you have to be in the space and like a speaker. So I'm about to. You're seeing in a second. Just give me 1 minute. I'm gonna go to Katie Curry, then St. Williams, and then I'm gonna go to you, Stacks. Katie Curry.
Yeah, good evening. How y'all doing? Can everybody hear me?
Yes. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I just wanted to first address one of the things that was just said, and then I'll move into my real point. All Black people in this country are not of African slave ancestry. Some of us Black people in this country are native to this country. We were just grouped in and all mixed as one. And I'll leave that right there. As far as this sitting on the couch, that's not even an option this time around. If you've been awake and paying attention for the last 3.5 to 4 years, especially Black folks, you see we're being replaced. Labor, that's the number one thing I see in my city. Most of the jobs that the Black people had, you see immigrants who speak no English, they get those jobs now. If Trump promised to get them people out of here, that's the man you need to go with. Otherwise, you won't have anything left to come back to. Like Judge says, if you put the same administration back in there, 12 months, who knows where we'll be? You know, that and that's just a bottom line. We cannot afford to sit this. This has got to be a business decision, not a personal one. Business decision is to get Trump back in the office, and I'll land my ship right there.
Okay.
Okay, really quick, I'm clicking on the invite, but it's not doing anything after I click on it.
I don't know
So
why.
it's not letting me scroll up either.
Let me see.
I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I said I don't.
Hit your mic is off. You have your mic off when you should get something that's up there near the top that says you accept. And then what's going to happen is your mic is going to go unmute your mic, which you've already done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you may have
So
to go
you can
out and
talk
come back in because it may be your phone connection.
Well, we can hear you anytime you talk. When you're a co-host, that means you don't have to be admitted in. You're already automatically in. So anytime you want to talk, they can hear you.
Okay. It's not letting me accept it
So-
though. That's the problem.
All right, so go out and come in, and then I'll send it to you again when you come back in. Yeah, now it says you declined it. All right, I want to go to St. Williams, and then I'm gonna go to Stacks.
Okay, so it's been a really long time since I've been able to be on a Judge Joe Brown space. This is my third X account ever. I've been suspended quite a bit. But you might remember me as the governor. I would troll Carrie Lake, troll Katie Hobbs for rigging the election out here, claiming a monarchy out in Arizona. But I was just a troll for the most part. My most current involvement in electoral politics has been, trying to get, my third party candidate in the race. And I kind of stopped doing that because I got punched in the face for doing it. I was trying to, it was by a Biden supporter. A Biden supporter socked me straight in the face because I asked him for his signature to get my candidate, Dr. Shiva, on the ballot. We've really reached a volatile, time. I want to get, the judge's take on, how volatile things have become, if I could, because, again, I got socked in the face. We got we got a former president being prosecuted for, on outlandish charges that would have never been laid in another context if he weren't running for president. And, I think we're on the verge of either a civilized national divorce or a civil war. And it's of great concern, honestly.
If I might respond to that, sir, I think mainstream media, and to an extent, a lot of social media, what with the censorship, has gotten the public used to a one-sided presentation. It has gotten one group of people very angry at being excluded, and another group very anxious to exclude the first group and glad that they have been. The second group thinks the first group is going to turn violent if their man doesn't win, and the first group thinks the second group is going to get violent if their man wins. So we've got a situation where our press has generated a tinderbox that just takes a spark to set off into some conflagration. And I can see that happening. And I fault the media for being irresponsible and neglecting their duty as the source of information that's necessary for a democratic republic to operate in the fashion that it is supposed to operate. There is too much censorship, there's too much animosity that's been engineered, and it's going to have its consequences. We have an entitled generation. Everybody gets a participation ribbon. And folks just do not understand that there are consequences because the popular way of looking at things excludes consequences, which is, by the way, one of the reasons I like the John Wick series, because they're always pontificating about their consequences, their rules. Rules separate us from the animals. But some people don't get that because they don't want rules to apply to themselves. They want anything, no standards, no cause, no morality, no ethics. And they want everybody else to be held safely in place because they're too big a set of cowards to go deal with them. So we've got one side that says we're going to do it ourselves if it comes to it, and the other one saying we're going to get our government to take care of us. And either one of those situations is going to produce a conflagration and a disaster.
You know, and it's like I'm not even supporting Trump, and this Biden supporter just straight up socks me in the face for trying to get my third party option, you know, on the ballot. And, you know, I don't know how else you can, you know, convince others to follow a sense of, uh, you know, ethics like you laid out, to where, you know, you can civilly disagree and, I don't know, not punch a dissident signature circulator trying to get their candidate on the ballot. It's like, you know, I'm not responsible that for Biden not being able to earn my vote, given his sponsorship of, you know, the Israeli genocide in Gaza. I'm not responsible for his inability to earn my support, or, you know, it's in Trump's, you know, and I'm not responsible if Trump loses because I'm not supporting him. You know, and I'm sure many others disagree with me, but that's, you know, we should be able to disagree with each other. And, you know, like Marjorie Taylor Greene says, maybe organize some sort of civilized national divorce instead of a outright civil war.
All right.
Is it
So-
possible you can send the invite to direct message?
No, I can't because the invite is just here on the X space. So, cause I sent it, and now it's saying, you know, I canceled it and I sent it again. It must be your connection on your phone or something. I don't know. You probably got to update your X app, real queen. You probably got to update your X app. All right. I want to go to Stacks, and I'll swing back to you, the Negro, and anybody else that want to request to come up, please do so. It's open mic. So you could talk about whatever. You could talk about the question, are you sitting on a couch or are you voting? And you could talk about Vivek possible being Trump's VP. What do you guys think about that? And, you know, do you think someone else should be Trump VP? So yeah. Go ahead, Stacks.
All right, hey, how you doing? I'm sorry, I was pulling over right quick, so I'm not driving. But anyway, I understand if people say that they want to play hard to get, kind of, and like see what they can get right now. But really, we need to make the issue of, hey, like we about to blow this off. Like, we could show them the power of, we could show both parties the power of our vote. The Republican Party hasn't seen the power of our vote in a long time. And the Democrat Party is like, they don't care anymore. They just like, okay, like, y'all come to us every time. Like, even if we say, hey, like, check out what we're about to do, and we do it, like Trump only has one more. This is his last term is president. Like he can't run again. So like both parties are going to be looking very hard at the results of this election. And it's kind of funny how like people lose it. People lost their sense of humor at the same rate they lost their sense of shame. Like we can't make fun of anybody. Nobody wants to be made fun of, but at the same time, nobody has any shame.
Who are you trying to shame?
Let me give you one correction as to the law. The rule is, and they passed this and knocked themselves out of being able to get Eisenhower in. You can't have more than 2 consecutive terms. There's no limit on how many you can hold, just 2 in a row. That's it. So Trump could theoretically get elected this time, and if he's in good health and does a good job, he could get elected again, and he would be the only president elected 3 times versus FDR, the only president elected 4 times. So it's just no more than 2 in a row. There might be a difference of opinion, but that's the way I read the amendment in question. No more than 2 consecutive terms. So that does not exclude one separated from the next one, which can be followed by a consecutive term. But that's 8 years from now, and 8 plus 77 is what, 85 years old?
All right, I'm not following.
In other words, you can't run.
No, I mean, what do you?
Can't be
Did he say
president.
something to that effect? So I don't know. You're replying to something he said.
Well, in other words, he was saying that he couldn't run a 3rd time. He could. He couldn't run 3 times in a row, but he's already been elected once. He could run 2 more times in a row for 3
Oh,
if he lasts that long.
okay. So I'm gonna go to the Negro, and then I'm gonna get to new speakers. And after the Negro, I'm gonna go to OG Black, Robbie, and Sexy Rob.
Hello. Okay. Yeah. I definitely judge. I wanted to hear you weigh in on something. I definitely want to change the subject matter that what we got. Since it's open mic. Yo, did you hear what was going on with this 10 Commandments thing that they're trying to post up in these schools where our kids can't read, but they want to make sure that they ain't gonna go to hell, which is a good thing, you know. I think I got nothing, but I don't like how this is phrased up. I think that that's something that should be done in the home more than in the public per se. Like, what's your thoughts on this 10 Commandment thing that they got pushing down in, I think, Louisiana?
Yes, Louisiana would do that. The point is you cannot push a religion or a philosophy or anything like that because the Constitution says it should be neutral. The very first treaty we ratified with France before they got their revolution was styled France, a Catholic Christian country, wishes to entreaty with the United States, a fellow Christian country. And this is the very first treaty. This is back in the 1790s. And the US Senate said, we will ratify this treaty with an exception. The United States are not a Christian country. Said, we have no religion. We are neutral. And you see, you exclude Islam, you exclude Judaism, Buddhism, Confucianism, Hinduism, and all the rest when you put that in there. You don't exclude Judaic principles because they have the Old Testament and they have the 10 Commandments too, but everybody is not Christian nor Jew. You have those who are Islamic. And this is an anecdote, Dana, I'm going to make it short. 3 times I spoke about 25 some years ago in graduation exercises where the parents got into fist fights with thrown chairs because somebody insisted on having a prayer that was insulting to certain other parents who had a different religious persuasion. When the Constitution was formed, this tendency of religion to inflame passion was well known. People's grandfathers had participated in the 100 Years' War of religion between Protestantism and Catholicism in Europe, and they saw the evils of it, so they blocked it. And when you introduce items into your governance that are guaranteed to evoke extreme passion, you get out of line there and you favor somebody at somebody else's expense, and that never works. I'll pass the mic.
The reason why I brought that up is because this was based upon a conservative court, and you're suggesting that we should go for Trump and all that. And if they're pushing policies that are that could be detrimental to the community, including black folks, under the guise of religion, under the guise of different things like that, why should I'm not really enthusiastic to vote. Like this is a big problem, if you get what I'm saying. And then I feel like you're wait. You even said that
I
yourself that
don't
this is
think
kind
it's going to survive on the Supreme Court level because America has gotten to be much more diverse than it was a while back. We have an extremely large Hindu population. We have Confucianism. We've got a lot of Buddhist. We've got a situation where we have an enormous number of followers of Islam. We have a significant number of those who follow the Jewish persuasion, and we have a lot of Christians. Now, it just happens to be one of those things that, from my reading and studying of the Constitution, was something that you do on your own rather than having the government impose it. We have a violation of that now, in so much as the government is attempting to impose an official cult, the rainbow cult. And we see what happens when they start pushing this stuff that if the boys want to wear sports bras, they can declare themselves girls and take over competition from the girls. They can take advantage of employment opportunity by claiming that their gender is fluid. They can go in women's bathrooms, restrooms, toilet facilities, shower rooms in high schools and junior high schools with all of the attendant confusion that that causes. You can not allow any of the traditional religions to be taught in school. And I think the Ten Commandment thing down in Louisiana is actually a strike back at teaching rainbow. But you can have this cult taught 5, 6 hours a day, 5 days a week for 12 years to indoctrinate children in the peculiar aspects of this cult. So it's not something that you should have where there is, shall we say, a philosophy, a cult, a religion, or anything like that, where somebody has a system of beliefs that they want to impose on the rest of the country. That is not appropriate under our system. Pass the mic.
yeah,
Dana, can I ask the judge something on that same
yeah.
thing?
Well, I got one more thing, and then I'll mute up, man. And
This is just real fast. Like I heard the governor saying that she can't wait to take this to court or for them to take this to court. Couldn't this actually be her using it as a tool to remove the LGBT stuff from school?
Well, actually, a good way to remove the LGBTQ stuff, IA, etc., from the schools is the same way you got religion removed from the schools. We have a rule in America. And the easy way to say is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. If you can't do it to one, you can't do it, you can do it for none. So that is the rule, and LGBTQ is getting all of our rules of governance suspended on their behalf, and that is the danger. Young man, one of you spoke about why don't we have hate crimes? We don't need hate crimes because that does the same thing. It tries to give one group an advantage, and every time that's been tried in this country's history, within 5 to 10 years, it backfires on the favored group because we have a thing where everything has to be neutral if you're talking about categories. And when you have hate crimes, they not only are not neutral, they blast the heck out of free speech. I mean, you can call anybody MF. I mean, that might be fighting words, but you don't need to make that criminal.
Well, Judge, I got to push back kindly on that. Due to the fact that the 8
Why?
people got a hate crime bill specifically in their name.
It's poison.
It doesn't matter if it's poison or not. There was 2.
It's poison.
Wait.
It'll be overturned. It's not going to stand up.
Have it, Judge, and it is enforceable, and they even have government.
It's not going to stand up in the long run. It just hasn't been taken up the ladder of the appellate process because it can't. In other words, it's like, for example, California shows it a lot. Somebody calls somebody the N word, nothing happens. Somebody calls somebody the F word, and they wind up getting a 30-day suspended sentence, $2,500 fine, 1129 probation, and $5,000 worth of attendance at class that they have to attend because it's okay to call one favored group, unfavored group, a deadly insult, but another one that's protected is not. That's just not the American way.
All right. I want to.
Well, the point that I wanted to get at, Judge, is that now you have the Jewish people. They you can't even say certain things. I'm in grad school right now, right? It's to the point their censorship is so constrictive in the academic atmosphere to the point that it distorts education. And I hear what you're saying, but the reality is that other groups have unfair advantages, and when Black people start exercising their unfair advantage, now everybody want to scream racism and biasness and being unfair. I look at this is the American way that other people have already established, and we should have rightfully our own due to the fact that unfair advantages that were placed upon us due to the fact of our color of our skin and our lineage. So I hear you, Judge.
Okay, look. Back in 1972, when Bakke got set up, reverse discrimination, that was the same argument these Black medical students up at UC Berkeley in San Francisco posited, or Berkeley, as to why they should get preferential treatment. Most of the rest of the Black students in California said no, because that'll set up reverse discrimination, and they will strike down the affirmative action we have that is race neutral, but does have a beneficial impact on people of certain persuasion because the neutral circumstances happen to them a lot. And then finally, 55 years later, what do we have? We have what happened with affirmative action last year. And it was predictable. And by the way, what Justice Roberts wrote in the majority opinion was exactly what affirmative action used to be when it was started in the late 1960s. It was race neutral, but it had a positive impact on the people who were suffering from decades of discrimination. But you didn't have to put it as a particularized benefit. That is bad. See, if you kill somebody and somebody gets the death penalty, and then you want to tack on hate crime, what are you going to do? Dig the corpse back up after you kill it? What are you going to do? Add 10 more years to life in the penitentiary so you keep his corpse, embalmed in the back room or something before you let it get buried? Doesn't make any sense.
Eh,
All right. I
Judge,
want to go. Wait, I got to get
I'll
to
agree to
the.
disagree,
I
Judge.
have to get to the new speakers. I'm gonna come back to you. All right, OG Black, then Robbie, then Sexy Raw. Go
Could you
ahead.
try sending that invite again, Dana? It's not working for some reason.
All right, I'm gonna cancel it and I'm gonna send it again now. Go ahead, OG.
That was the ancestors.
How you doing, Judge? So
All
I'm
right.
speaking as a Marine Corps veteran.
Wait, I'm
Um,
sorry, OG. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Now it's saying that the invite is invite limit reached for Real Queen. I can't invite. I don't know. Something is going on with your X account. Now I can't invite you anymore.
Okay,
Just
we'll
talk.
try it
You
next
will.
Yeah, but
time.
I'll just leave
We'll.
you up. I'll just leave
Well,
you up.
just talk.
But try to
Just talk.
update your
We'll
app.
treat you
Go
as a co-host.
eventually when you're
Already
done
did
with
the
this.
update. It didn't help.
Oh God. All right. I don't know. We'll figure it out. All right. Go ahead, OG. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
Okay. Hoorah. Go ahead.
how you doing, Judge? Yeah. So
All
I'm
right.
speaking from the perspective of just being a veteran, and I know that's not it's not they're not pulling names out of hats, but the last time we had a draft was 1948, and World War II happened, and the last one was 1972. You mentioned 1972 earlier, and that's when the last one happened, and I just said
73 is when they ended the last
yeah,
one.
right. And so it's like drafts. I notice drafts don't happen for no reason. Like nothing is no. We don't draft just to do it or as exercise. And they saying if they kids don't sign up, they giving them felonies. And then so I'm sitting here like I'm trying to say. You would ask me yesterday who I'm voting for. I would have said yeah, but now I kind of don't know. And the debate Thursday is kind of going to be my swing decision. And I know we look weaker with Biden overall. And my nephew just signed up for the army, so I'm trying to avoid as much conflict as possible in the next decade or so. But
Well, the draft had a lot of benefits. It caused young people to focus. When you were worried about an all expense paid vacation to sunny Vietnam
I think this is a little
for a
extreme for this
year,
generation, though, Judge.
well, they can get ready for it. They're
Oh
still
man,
humans, and we've had these opportunities, and I think
jeez.
they need focus. They don't go to school. They don't pursue
Yeah,
vocational education. They don't get married, and these things were deferments. And people sought 2A's, for example, by staying in school full time, so they didn't get 1A's and get drafted. And that was a mass of individuals who got college educated, who had drive, people who wound up going into the military, got discipline, purpose, cause,
there's
and
also
they got
sacrifices, though. Those
training.
is also sacrifices with that too.
Well, yeah, that's okay. People die in road wrecks, people die in drive-bys, people die in electrocution, people die in industrial accidents. Human death is inevitable, and ain't nobody getting out of this MF alive. So, I mean, it
Right.
happens. So you might as well take that risk. That's why some people do stuff like run donuts hanging out of the car when they could get killed because it's exciting.
Right.
That's why I did shark dives with great whites, bull sharks, gray reef sharks, tiger sharks when I was a master diver. That's why people jump out of airplanes for a sport rather than getting told to do it as a requirement to get down quickly if you are a paratrooper.
Right.
That's why people ride motorcycles, because we are the apex predator and danger is intoxicating and exciting. So, right now, we have been taught that our excitement should be handled by playing vid games, smoking a blunt while sitting on your couch, not doing the real thing. We've been taught that somebody does it for us, and some select group of people volunteer to do what everybody in the system ought to be willing to
Mm-hmm.
do. So it's interesting. It focuses, it develops character. And I know when I first started practicing law, for example, 50 some years ago, it was always an alternative. Your Honor, the defendant is setting up an enlistment in the Marine Corps or the Navy or the Army. So we respectfully request deferment until that's accomplished and defense has worked something out with the prosecution where if he joins the military, the charges will be dropped. You see, a lot of people got straightened out when they found duty, honor, responsibility, accountability, order, and having to deal with following instructions and understanding what it meant when you said you're not fit to give orders until you learn to take them. So this was a great opportunity to develop character. And then we had such greats as Muhammad Ali, formerly Cassius Clay, who said, my religious beliefs do not permit me to serve. And he wound up getting sentenced to the penitentiary. He didn't go in, but he got stripped of
It
his
became
title.
the draft kicked off for revolutionary time. I agree. I definitely agree.
Yeah, I mean, it's see, here's the thing. If you get charged with a criminal offense, the victim of the criminal offense is only the best witness against what is done against the public peace, dignity, and order of the state or the United States government. Every indictment says on or about such and such date or series of dates, John Doe did against the public peace, dignity, and order of the state of X or the United States of America commit the following alleged offenses. What you're talking about is somebody didn't act as an appropriate resource, because when you have a government, there are three elements to a government: a territory, a population that exists in the confines of the designated territory, and a government that's supposed to promote the interaction between the territory and its resources and the population. So everyone is a resource. Everyone, when you face a criminal charge, if
Right.
a guilt verdict is found beyond a reasonable doubt, they restrict your property rights and yourself. In other words, your ability to exclusively manage yourself, because you're not acting as a proper resource for the state, which consists not only of the land and resources, it consists of the people. That's how they draft you, because you are a resource.
territory.
You can charge the machine gun nest, or you can do an assault covered by a fire team, and you can take the pillbox or the emplacement, and your side can advance and acquire territory, boots on the ground, etc., etc.
But if that's what I mean, if we
That's
are
what
really
it's all
preparing for
about.
war, then I would. If war is inevitable, I would much rather have Trump. I'm not a Trump supporter at all, but if we are going to do this, I would rather want somebody out there that's going to be out there.
Okay, now let me tell you something I posted today on X. We have defense manufacturing that has sprung up in Tennessee, Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, and these concerns are using technology, machinery, and raw materials from Turkey, from Germany, from the People's Republic of China to make 155 millimeter howitzer shells and explosives. The 155 millimeter howitzer shells are no longer being made to a great extent on the machinery we have, which is clunking, rattling, and left over
They're starting
literally
to stop using
from
those.
World War II almost 80 years
Mhm.
ago. But the stuff is made in Turkey. But you see, that is a resource we have to have. And the point is the People's Republic of China has, as a matter of national policy, been required to prepare their military to attack and invade Taiwan by no later than 2027, which is 2.5 years from now. So that Xi will be able to invade Taiwan. We are making 155 millimeter howitzer shells, but we are also dependent upon certain missiles that the Navy has, that the Army now has, But our problem is though they're absolutely vital, our production rate is only 125 of these missiles per year. We need a reservoir, a reserve of at least 5 to 6,000. We don't have it. We've got 3,500 on board the ship.
All right.
So we got a war coming.
I wanna
if we
move the
don't have
conversation.
better diplomacy.
I want to get to other speakers. I want to go real quick to Real Queen, and then I want to get to a new speaker, Robbie, and then Sexy Rod.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it.
Okay. I
You're
was going to
welcome.
touch on paying for reparations. We can't skirt around this issue, people. How are we going to pay for it? Listen, Social Security in America is going bankrupt. Probably won't be around in 30 years from now because of all the abuse and misuse going on. So how are we going to pay for or afford reparations? It's impossible. You know
More
what's going to
inflation.
happen? The taxpayers are going to pick up the tip. Regardless if they're Black, white, Hispanic, Arab, whatever. Taxpayers are going to pick up the tip on the reparations. So what you're going to be doing is paying double or paying for your own reparations, which makes no sense at all if you ask me about it. So is it really intelligent to ask for reparations? Do you really understand the implications? Because the way I see it, you're going to hurt yourself the way we hurt ourselves during the civil rights era. Accepting something we really didn't need that hurt us later. Okay? I'll land there.
All right. I don't see
Crash
Robbie.
land there.
He must have dropped. Okay, Robbie dropped down. We'll go to Sexy Rod.
Yeah, I'm gonna first respond to that about reparations. A lot of people do not know how our federal government operates, and then I don't see how many of you at this point in time not out here in the streets with the federal government giving all these other countries all this money. How are we affording that right now? Our tax dollars. But at the same time, we do have what we call judgment funds for these special cases and things of that nature. It could be planned in an estate trust type of deal over some years of some span of time. So it's not bankrupting the government. So, there's many ways that can be done. They can tax some of these companies and corporations that participated and made money off of Black bodies for slavery. So, let's really stop with this limited perspective, and especially if you're not of our ancestry and lineage. You may need to learn and get a little bit more educated via the reparationists in the grassroots movement that know more about this than you do. If they can afford to send billions of dollars to Africa for $55 billion for the next 3 years, that's our reparations, right? Sending all that money to Ukraine and Israel, that's our reparations, right? And it goes right back into America. And right now you're funding illegal aliens, immigrants on this soil where they're receiving a check. And I don't hear you saying nothing, right? You ain't a Voltron up, organized, and went out to the streets and said shit. So excuse my, Dana, I'm sorry. Judge, I'm sorry. Anyway, so I wanted to come up and talk about this Vivek, right? If he is selected as VP with Trump, it goes against everything to me. It goes against everything regarding Americans first. This individual he's already used, or his parents used our 14th Amendment and weaponized it for him to be born on this soil because his father is not a citizen to this day. Right. And his mother did become a naturalized citizen. And then the fact that he thinks that he can attack Americans and our history. right? I'm really over all of these people coming here thinking that we are the low hanging fruit as Americans that have contributed so much to this country and helped build it, advance it to a superpower and a nation that it is now, that they can come here and have freedom of speech and do all these great things and opportunity. But then you want to talk about you don't want to have Juneteenth. We don't celebrate it anyway. And besides that, we have emancipation days from various states, right? Where our ancestors were emancipated. I'm really, if he chooses Vivek, right? And you all know I'm stumping Black Patriots for Trump, which we are turning that into a pact. Let me put that out there. It's becoming a pact of Black Patriots for Americans, right? Because we do want to make sure we have some political power and we have a block and things of that nature in the Republican Party. However, with that, it will say that he's not really going to do what he claims he's going to do in Agenda 47 with the 14th Amendment. Because Vivek is everything about the 14th Amendment that we are fighting to make sure that we have immigration moratorium, deportation, and then going with the H-1B1 visas with all the Indians coming in, or excuse me, India, whatever, and knowing that they come from troll farms or from places where they have fake diplomas and things of that nature, and you're seeing more of our systems being hacked. My daughter is a nurse and was working in a hospital, whole hospital system hacked, you all, hacked for 14 days. And you just heard about the Federal Reserve being hacked. So a lot of our enemies are coming to the soil, and then to put someone in the VP position that is against Americans, I have issues with it. I'll land it there.
All right. So this is
May I
wait
ask you a
one
question?
second, Judge.
Why do you
Like,
think he's against America?
wait one. Okay, I just want to
Question.
make an announcement real quick. I see 4 people requesting. I have you guys in order in queue, so just sit tight. So go ahead.
Why do you think his people are exploiting the situation? We're all using iPhones, Blackberries, Androids, etc., etc. One of the key components was come up with quite a few decades ago mathematically by someone of Hindu persuasion. And if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have these cell phones. So isn't that a contribution?
No,
No.
what I know, Judge Joe Brown, is our ancestor Henry T. Sampson that worked and had a lot to do with some nuclear and satellites that they were able to build upon with the gamma beta cell, so that we can right now have cellular technology. So
well, let me put it this way.
I know that our ancestors have been in the federal government doing so many things to contribute to this technology we have today, right? So,
okay, let me ask you a question. Who is this person?
Is what person?
The one you just
Henry
named.
T. Sampson. You may post
Yeah.
him up there so you'll know who he is.
I had a physics major at UCLA. Never heard of him. I've talked to a Lucy, who you see on the Science Channel. He's in charge of the ballistic trajectories for NASA. He's in charge. He's a Black man. Hangs with the brothers in the streets. Former U.S. Marine. I know a bunch of Black scientists, rocket scientists. I've never heard of this person. So the point is that it's not limited to any one race. We all have something to do with it. These are very high IQ people. And whether they're white, Black, brown, red, yellow, they contribute to the development of humanity, and they've moved us from cave to condo. So why are we trying to cut off the access? And the other thing is, what is it that somebody's going to bring to the office in terms of capacity, ability, acumen, wisdom, discernment, and ability to get the job done?
That sounds like Ben Carson to me. You just described the one VP that I believe is the only one.
Ben Carson doesn't have that kind of background. He's a surgeon. He's
What
not
about
an administrator. And
what about Byron
He's
Donner?
already been an administrator with HUD Housing. He has experience.
No. He talks nonsense, anti-scientific nonsense,
He's a
which
doctor.
doesn't
How's he
match his career.
anti-science nonsense,
Because he
Judge?
says the dinosaurs are extinct because they didn't get on Noah's Ark. He continuously says that.
I'm
That's
not
such
worried about that. That's
nonsense.
Christian beliefs. I'm not
I
Christian.
am, because his background is as a fine neurosurgeon. His background is not as an astute
So
administrator.
what makes Vivek more astute than Carson?
Well, he's been in the business of running a business. He's done pretty well.
So has Ben
So I'm
Carson,
not
right?
saying that. And he's never run a business. He's a surgeon.
You mean to tell me
He's a
doctors don't run a
neurosurgeon.
business?
He's
Even as
the
a surgeon,
doctors
he's
I
not
know.
running a business.
The doctors I know, which include a bunch of them I've known since they've been 3, 4, 5 years old, because I was friends with their daddies. They usually get a hospital's administrative complex to handle their day-to-day business for them on contract. That's why you get these done when you owe one from a large hospital chain. They know their medicine. They're not in the business of running a business. So I'm just saying we need somebody hardcore who can do that. And most importantly, we need somebody that knows how to get legislation passed. I
Now,
don't
what
care
makes
what they look like.
Vivek that one? Because to me,
I
he's
didn't
against
say it had to be
Americans.
Vivek.
I'm American.
Why
He's
is he
against me.
Why is he against America? Why is he
What about
against America?
Byron Donalds?
He's against Byron Donaldson. Can't carry the
Can,
Who's
U.S.
ever
I
heard
need
of him?
everybody to stay on your mic. And because there's some
Okay,
people I'm gonna have to
question.
drop down because there's 5 people requesting to come up.
Okay, question. Who's ever heard of these people? You're trying to win an election to get rid of this buzzard bait idiot that's in office right now, who is a disaster, a proven disaster. We want to get somebody in, and if that means compromising in order to get him in, let's do it. You see,
I'm not
when you start
compromising
becoming
on you saying that my ancestors don't deserve some recognition,
nobody
or
gives a
Americans
damn.
don't deserve to have certain
Nobody,
holidays, or Black people are
nobody
less
gives a
than. I'm
damn.
not for that, Judge. You can.
Nobody
That's
gives
not
a
gonna
damn.
fly with me.
But nobody gives a damn. Why should you?
I give a
Because
damn because
most
I
of
am
us,
representing my
most of us,
ancestors. I give a damn.
most of us,
This is my
look, my
our
ancestors
ancestors
have been here as
sacrificed so
long
much
as
for this
yours.
country that they
My
haven't received any
ancestors,
benefits. You think
my
I'm gonna now say an
ancestors,
immigrant is
my
better than our
ancestors, my
ancestors or us?
ancestors
No,
have been
sir.
here as long as yours. My
Well, represent
ancestors
them,
have
please,
been
Judge.
here as
Represent them in
long
this
as
moment because
yours. Now
Vivek, whatever his name is, he doesn't represent us.
I am, and it's emotional. Stop being
I
emotional.
was
You
being
have to
rational, but
win.
you telling me
You
Vivek is
are
better than Ben
emotional.
Carson, that is an American,
Ben
and
Carson
somebody
has
that
not
that
run
has been in
anything.
administration
Ben
before.
Carson hasn't run anything before.
He's run
And
HUD.
he hasn't when he got.
He's been a part of
didn't
his
run HUD. He was a
executive
political
team
figurehead.
before. You have some
He
experience
was
there,
a
Judge.
figurehead. He was a figurehead, and he didn't run it. And if you want somebody Black to run stuff, there's some out there that you haven't heard of that would be
Well, they
excellent
can go
for
get
the
them,
position.
right? But he can still be VP.
They can. Why?
Then why what? What are you saying? I'm not going to
In other
support. I'm not
words,
going to support
in
someone
other
that is
words,
against
in
Americans that
other
have been here on
words,
this soil and
in
did
other
a great thing
words,
for
in
this
other
country.
words,
So
you've got an emotional
no,
rationalization
I
for
got a
what you're doing
history.
rather
I
than
have a
effectiveness.
history of facts, sir.
Excuse me.
There's history of facts
I'm
of
not
what we
asking you for your
contributed
facts.
and done in this
I'm
country.
not asking.
A whole
Excuse
lineage.
me. I've been here longer than you.
I know,
personally.
but I
have
think
paid
your
nowhere
judgment
near.
is off today, Judge.
Listen. You've paid nowhere near the dues that I have. My family has been here as long or longer than yours on all sides. We've paid our dues. You don't have the right to come in here and lecture me about who is entitled to what, because my side of the family, both sides, all sides, have put in a hell of a lot into this country.
Same here,
And I'm
Judge.
not saying it's superior. I'm not saying it's superior to yours, but you're trying to act like you want to determine the outcome because of a matter of point in principle, which really does not impact your day after tomorrow.
What are you
You
serious?
need to
Okay.
listen. Listen. Political science would dictate that the person you want would be the most effective. Stop trying to get somebody who just looks like you, unless that
That is
person
not what I was saying.
coincidentally is an excellent person.
I just said that is
Look,
not. I said he already has
I would,
experience. He is, and he
and what?
can, and he has been in the cabinet before,
4
and he
years.
is and I don't care what you say, a doctor is a business person. They have to
Advisor
So
manage
let
is
me,
not
can I,
all the time.
necessarily a
let me
business
interject,
person.
let me interject something real quick. Because it's only it's a matter of preference. The judge prefers Vivek, you prefer,
I didn't prefer
well, whatever,
Vivek.
whatever,
All I'm
whatever
doing
the
is
case
saying,
is, it doesn't
why
matter.
are
Let
you
me
trying to
finish.
say
Just
no?
let me finish. You didn't prefer no one, but she prefers Ben Carson. She has a right to. We all have a right to what we prefer. So if somebody thinks the other person is better than the other person, that's still fine. I can't say she's wrong. I don't like Vivek, and I damn sure don't like Ben Carson. That's me. So but it's like if someone wants to defend who they prefer, they have every right to. You can't sit up here and say, well, I've been here longer and blah blah blah, but that's who she prefers.
That's not the point, Dana. The point is that skin does not
I don't think
necessarily
she doesn't
equal
prefer
to
Ben Carson.
competence
No,
or
no, no.
kin.
All right, I get what you're saying, and I agree with that. She doesn't prefer Ben Carson because he's black. She's just saying she does not like Vivek because of the things he has said, particularly when it comes to black people. And I am concerned with that as well. No, I will not vote for Vivek. I won't vote for him. I would rather have JD Vance be the damn VP than Vivek. He is not qualified at all.
Okay. Now, let me point out something to you. People think he's a boogeyman now,
No, we don't
but he
think he's
was
a
a saint.
boogeyman. That's the thing.
No,
We
no,
don't
no,
take
no,
him
no,
seriously.
no,
He
no,
is
that's
not
not
that
what I'm talking
special.
about.
He is not the
That's not what
boogeyman.
I'm not talking. Would you stop that? I'm not talking about Ben
No,
Carson.
I'm not talking about Ben Carson.
The
I'm talking about
person I
Vivek.
had in mind.
You are not listening.
The person
I'm
not
talking
talking
about
about Vivek. I'm not talking about Vivek. I'm talking about Lyndon Baines Johnson, who turned out to be one of the most effective presidents, even though he is listed as a boogeyman right now because of the war situation. But he was somebody that had had long years of expertise in managing stuff. American history acknowledges him as the only really effective Senate majority leader in the country's history who had ironclad control of the Senate.
Right. He has a
Now,
political background. Vivek does not.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
Vivek
And
does
I
not.
didn't look. I did not endorse
I'm not
Vivek.
saying you did.
He's
It's not about who
he's
you
not.
listen, Judge.
He's
My
not.
point is this. It's not about who you personally. She let
That's
me
not what I'm
finish.
talking about.
Sexy Ra prefers Ben Carson, and it's not because he's black. She stated why she does not prefer Vivek, and she has every right to that statement, which is why a lot of I'm not finished. Which is why a lot of people, particularly black people, don't like Vivek. Other people of other backgrounds don't like Vivek for other issues. They think he's inexperienced. They think he's too young. He does not have any political experience, but neither did Donald Trump, right? And Vivek is damn near a billionaire, so he knows how to run things just like Donald Trump. But the fact is, when you hear Vivek talk about issues, forget color, he's just way off base. He's too far out there. So again, she has every right to support Ben Carson for VP. She never said she's picking Ben Carson because of his race. But I do agree.
And that has nothing to do with my point.
No, but I do agree that you should not support someone because they may look like you.
That's not my point.
But I need to go to the other speakers.
No, let me make my point very quickly because you totally missed it. The point is we have to support Trump. Trump is going to be boss man in charge. It'll be up to him as chief executive to make the calls. If he makes a call as to whom he thinks can help him get elected best and govern most effectively, go with it. And if our objective is to get that rotten buzzard bastard out of the office that he's holding right now, then we don't need to knock Trump out because he picked somebody we don't like for VP. That's his call.
It
Okay.
is, and he'll lose
So
the
let
black
him
vote
make
if
the
it's
call.
Vivek. Okay.
And the black vote is not going to be that significant unless somebody devotes it to Trump, irrespective, because right now you've got a situation where only 70% of the people are supporting the Democratic Party. It was 81% the last election. So that means 30% of black folk apparently are supporting Trump. So we need to expand that. So, in other words, what we need to do is ramp that up, and we need to make a commitment to saying, okay, this guy is the one we need. We cannot afford to start worrying about whether we don't like his vice presidential candidate,
No, but
because there's a
okay.
lot more on the
All right.
table.
So
That's my point.
all right. So let me just reset the room.
And by the way, Vivek is not my choice
Okay.
anyway.
So let me reset the room. 7 people are requesting to come up, and I have you in order. Art X.
Drop down, Miss Dana.
Okay, then no problem. Thank you, Sexy Rob. So they're in this order: Art X, Coffee, The Life and Times, Patrick Reed, Chicago, and Kaylee. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna finish out with the speakers up here. Real Queen, you could just stay. I'm gonna finish out with the speakers here, and then drop it, and then bring up the new speakers. So we're gonna go to Michael, Nico, and David, and I'll swing to St. Williams and the Negro and give y'all 30 seconds. So I'm gonna go to Michael. Michael.
All right. Good evening.
Hi.
I just had like a slight little comment about the 22nd Amendment that was mentioned earlier about the president not being elected more than twice. I actually have the document in front of me as we speak, and as I'm reading it, if you could please elucidate it for me and everyone else, because from what I've read, it's not the only time that the president is able to be elected like two more terms after he became president is if he were to have less than 2 years in office when made president.
Okay. Are you referring to what the judge said
Yes, I
earlier?
am.
Okay. Did you want him to respond? He's on mute.
Yes.
You are mute, Judge. Did you hear what Michael said, Judge? You need to unmute.
I'm looking at the amendment as it's put.
All right, while you looking for that, let me go to Nico.
Thanks, Dana, for bringing me up. Great space as always, and Judge Joe Brown. I was going to touch on a couple of things previously, but we way past that. And also, whenever I come as speaker, I read the room, I check out all the profiles and see where people's minds are at. I want to say I support, reparation for the black people, whether you guys want to get it for free, tax, whatever, through legislative, whatever. I support it 1,000% because there's no reason why we keep sending billions of dollars to other countries such as Ukraine. Okay. Now, the second thing is, I understand where Judge Joe Brown was coming from, and the lady, I think was Sexy Ra, something was sexy, right? Sexy Ra, yes, she could pick whoever she wants, but we have to pay attention here. The Democratic Party is very lethal in politics. They understand the system. They're very organized. Judge Joe Brown made a great point. We need someone that could pass legislative bills. That's very important. Now, me personally, personal opinion, Vivek, he's a young guy. He's quick on his feet. Uh, he's business savvy, but he has no track record in politics. Two, I like Ben Carson. Great guy, very educated, as we all know, and he was also the secretary of HUD. And he also served in Trump's cabinet for 4 years. My take is, unless someone else has somebody else, but we don't have too many VPs to work with, I'm going to throw Sarah Sanders in there as a potential VP because she's a very strong woman and she understands what kind of creatures the Democratic Party is. And I'm saying that respectfully. Dana, Judge Joe Brown, thank you for having me up here. Appreciate it as always.
Appreciate you. Thank you. All right, Judge, I don't know if you found the amendment thing. I'm gonna go to David.
Well, I looked at it. That's a reasonable interpretation. It's some interesting, slightly ambiguous language, but it's never been resolved. And the matter of fact is, it's likely to be moot because already Biden is the oldest person to be U.S. president. Trump is 77. If he gets 4 more years, he'll be 78 before he takes office. So he'll be 82 years old. And that's about as old as people get because it's kind of a stressful job. Now,
All right. So, Michael, did he answer your question or?
it's a good interpretation. No person shall be elected to the office of president more than twice. And the question is that in a row or does that count a skip? So bottom line comes in is it may have some consequences and may not. So let's see.
It was never a skip. Like whether you skip or not, if you only do 2 terms, it doesn't have to be concurrent.
Well, yeah and no. But
well, there's
anyway,
no.
there are some loopholes.
You can only do 2
There
terms.
are some loopholes.
There's
some
not.
loopholes
No, there's
in
not.
here.
All right.
Yeah,
So let me go to David.
Loopholes. I could
Yeah,
find
go find
some.
it
Now,
and then get
bottom
back to
line
us.
is it's likely to
David.
be to be a moot point.
David.
How's it going? I just had just a quick question for the judge and just a comment about about Vivek. I honestly don't think that Vivek probably going to be the VP choice. I think I don't know. Trump's got I think a rally in Virginia on Friday before the debate, and I believe that Glenn Youngkin's going to be there. I think that it might be him. To be honest, he's already a governor. He's a businessman. But that's my opinion about that. But I just had a question for the judge real quick, kind of off topic. Do you think that it's constitutional for agencies like the ATF to have a rulemaking authority the way that they currently do? Or should Congress have to take the recommendations from the federal agencies and then debate and pass laws? It would seem like that would be the proper constitutional process versus politically appointed bureaucrats pushing an agenda without having to have debate and go through the legislative process.
Okay. The supreme law of the land under Article 6 is the Constitution. Such laws as are promulgated to effectuate the Constitution, in other words, carry it out, and such treaties that have been ratified by the Senate. A lot of what people talked about ratification with the Senate when you talk about American Indians or Native Americans or Amerins has got to do with the fact that there are treaties between the U.S. government and the various tribes that are supreme law of the land. It's got nothing to do with giveaways. The other point is when you start talking about the treaty, not the treaty, the supreme law of the land, it's like, what is the purpose of the law in question? Is it one to effectuate or carry out the Constitution? If it is, it's got some profound impact on things that lack when you talk about just ordinary routine legislation. Legislation can grant, if it is a specific thing, certain authority to regulatory agencies, but the regulatory agencies, specifically ATL, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, is a part of the Justice Department. And the Justice Department is under the Attorney General of the United States. The Attorney General of the United States is a member of the cabinet that serves the president. So what winds up happening is the cabinet official does not have the authority to deal with coming up with something that is administration and effectuates the Constitution. When you start talking about exercise of the Second Amendment, what you wind up with is you have a constitutional issue. And it's even questionable as to whether Congress can infringe upon that constitutional rights, because under Marbury versus Madison, 1803, they cannot do that. So you wind up with an interesting situation. Somebody's attempting to deal with administrative process and affect the constitutional right. It cannot happen because even Congress cannot abridge a constitutional right. So, answer to the damn thing, if Congress granted them certain limited ability to set certain regulations, all right. But the regulations in question have long been established, about 80 some years. So you have to comply with them, and somebody can't come up with administrative fiat and say, we're not going to deal with that.
All right.
So,
Well, thank you.
All right. Was that it, David?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Appreciate it. So I'm gonna give you 30 seconds, St. Williams, and I'm gonna give you 30 seconds, the Negro, and then I'm gonna drop you guys down, and so I could bring some people up. So go ahead, St. William.
All right, so Judge Joe Brown, this is my biggest question. Now, I understand you think that the draft served some domestic benefit in young people going to college to avoid the draft. But now to get to your other point, Muhammad Ali protesting the draft because it went against his religion. Well, a war against Russia goes against my religion as an Orthodox Christian. I cannot fight for that. And, you haven't, I keep in mind that Trump withdrew from the INF treaty leading up to Biden directly attacking Russia. Is World War III with Russia really worth the lives of youth, be they productive enough or not? I think Vivek Ramaswamy is a bootleg Dr. Shiva, but I'm glad Nikki Haley wasn't selected. But I got to wonder if that's by design. But, Judge, like I said, the most pressing question in my mind is if vindicating McCarthyism, Russophobia, is worth an immoral war, which I would consider World War III with Russia to be my opinion.
well, considering that it's not likely to be debated in Congress, if it really hits World War III situationals, there's likely to be 15 minutes to maybe slightly less than 30 from the recognition of an attack going on, and you either commit your retaliation and defenses to resisting the attack or vesting consequence for carrying out the attack. You got World War III, and it's not a matter of somebody declaring anything. That's kind of instantaneous when the warheads get to flying. If that happens, yeah. But the most interesting thing is I very seriously doubt the United States and Russia will go to war. But I do think there is a high probability that a great non-nuclear shootout might occur between the United States and the People's Republic of China, since they are committed to taking Taiwan back into their care, control, or since they've claimed it long as part of their country. So the question deals with, are we prepared to deal with that? And the other thing is if some of the things happen that are likely to happen, you have a whole lot of Chinese military-aged males who have crossed the southern border without any hindrance. You have most of the shall we say, container cranes that are used to uh, uh, engage in commerce in damn near every harbor we have. They've discovered that they all have a strange communications device affixed to them, and nobody yet has figured out what they're for, and they can't disable them. There is a strong probability that they maintain a hack of a great number of our defense devices. They grounded the F-35 fleet about 14 years ago, and they still haven't developed software because they need a hardware change to address the issues in question. And most of our technology that we rely upon, GPS signal interpretation and such like, it's made in China. So we have become very interdependent with our main likely peer enemy. Not a very good situation, and there might not be any choice, and it's likely that hostilities will spontaneously develop in this country because there's a high likelihood that military grade explosives, RPGs, and such like were brought across the border in the last 3.5 years. The explosives are in place in critical locations. All it needs is a trigger, somebody to say go, and 911 would look like nice picnic. So it's a question of what will happen. Now, we all live here, so we have an obligation to protect the home place. Some of us may have religious scruples, but it is what it is.
You know,
Oh shit. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm dropping people down to listener so I could bring them back up. You could come back up, St. Williams. I thought you were done. I'm sorry. Nico, you're done, right? I'm gonna drop you and David down. I want to get to the Negro, and so I could bring up the fresh new panel. So you're done, Nico, right? All right, I don't think he hears me. So I'm gonna put him down to
Let me make a comment on the 22nd Amendment. A fair reading would say no person can hold the office but twice, but there are some references in there that might provide a loophole, but I don't think anybody is ready to go bring them up now, and I think the issue would be moot because it's not likely to occur. But a fair reading would limit it to 2 terms.
Okay, I'm sorry, St. Williams. I cut you off. Go ahead. Finish up, St. And then I need to go to the Negro, and then I'm going into the new speakers.
Oh, for
Before she
sure.
goes to new speakers, I gotta respond to Sexy Bra though.
I just mute up for a second real quick. I just want to let them do their 30 seconds so they could drop down. Go ahead, St. Go ahead,
Oh yeah, this is my very last remark to make on this subject. And you know, my quarrels with going to war against Russia, yeah, I do have my religious qualms with that. But also, you know, the United States has not only endorsed, you know, in the judge's words, the rainbow cult, but has also endorsed dispensationalist philosophy where anti-Zionism is conflated with anti-Semitism by congressional decree. And, you know, that's, you know, probably not a question in that remark, but I still felt like I needed to make that remark.
All right, appreciate it. The Negro, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Judge when he said about Vivek. Vivek will also alienate white women. White women were also a big core base. I also have the screenshots and the information to support it. And culture checked the crap out of Vivek Swamy. She said that she would not vote for him because he's an Indian. No different from what Sexy Raw was saying, that she wouldn't vote for his punk behind either because he's an Indian to a certain extent and he's not an American citizen, or he's not American enough, or something of that effect. I kind of get her drift. if you get where I'm coming from. And I find it kind of asinine that you will push Vivek on. I know that you were, but in that manner, kind of push that, knowing that he would not just alienate the black voters, but he'll alienate the white women voters. The top will go out the bottom of his campaign. That would be asinine to me. So I have the screenshots. I have the data to support what I'm talking about. I would definitely like to know your positions on that.
All right, Judge, are you going to answer that? Because I need to get to the new speakers.
The Constitution clearly defines citizenship. There are two separate categories. One concerns eligibility to run for president, which means you have to be a natural born citizen on American soil. And regular citizenship is defined by having at least one parent, specifically the mother, who is an American citizen. Wherever in the world you were born, you are a U.S. citizen. To be born on the territory of the United States is automatic citizenship, irrespective of your parentage. So Vivek qualifies as an American citizen. I'm not saying he's the best choice. I'm simply saying that what we need is Boss Trump.
All right.
And whomever he picks, we need to support.
And what I'm saying is respectfully is that if he puts that type of candidate in there, it's going to tank his campaign, right? Like he's going to alienate the white women that wants to take on that white man, like that's the white man's bravado. All right, that was the reason why Trump got elected by white women in the first place. And to say and you have Ann Coulter, the megaphone of white women saying she don't F with him because he's an Indian. Verbatim. She don't mess with him because he's an Indian descent. He's not from this country. She don't care what that Constitution per se. She's telling him right to his face that he's not American, Judge Joe Brown. I'm just keeping it a stat. And you act like this white Karen don't carry no megaphone.
He is American.
And you acting like this white Karen don't carry no megaphone. And you're saying
I don't care what Ann
and we got to move on to the other speakers.
He is an American citizen under the Constitution of the United States of America. Now, yet may not say enough for you to vote for him, but you can't say he's not a citizen.
All right, fine.
Thank you for your guys' time. I'm out. Thanks, Dana. Thanks, Judge.
Thanks. All right.
Okay.
I want to go to Art, and then I have X, Coffee, The Life, Patrick, Chicago, Cali, Jane, if they're still here. I don't think Type Shit is here, or Blessings. I don't think they're there, or whatever. All right, so I want to go to Art.
Yeah. Is this exclusive to Vivek?
It's not as what you mean the space tonight? No,
Yeah,
it's open mic. It's open mic. I just put the topic couch or vote. I put hashtag Vivek or anything else you want to bring up.
Okay, so couch or vote, that's what I wanted to address. Because right now we're picking between a Nazi, that would be Biden, who's funding Azov Battalion. And I just want to read some headlines just to confirm that situation. 2019, they penned out a report called Like, Share, Recruit, How a White Supremacist Militia Uses Facebook to Radicalize and Train New Members, some of which are in America. This was August 2019. And then Facebook allows praise of neo-Nazi Ukrainian battalion if it fights the Russian invasion. This was 2022. And it was under the pretense that, well, you know, we're not funding this group directly and giving them weapons. And now, fast forward to June 12, 2024, U.S. decides to supply weapons directly to Ukraine's fascist Azov Battalion. So that's hence where I get, you know, you are who you hang with. Biden's a Nazi, and then Trump, besides being a criminal, because you know, people might think he's not or he didn't do it, but black people don't get that kind of thing. So I'm not going to give it to him. He's a criminal. And why people want to vote for a criminal or a Nazi for that matter, I don't get it. But here we are. And he also, I said, breaking. Donald Trump wants to automatically grant green cards to students who graduate from American colleges.
Judge, I need you to mute. Can you please mute?
I'm looking up something.
Can you mute while you look up something?
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you.
I got it.
Go ahead, finish, Art.
Yeah, Donald Trump wants to automatically grant green cards to students who graduate from American colleges around the world. That goes out the door for all those people who are saying that they're going to vote for him for immigration, and that's beside the fact that the Congressional Budget Office said that immigration stands to make them $7 trillion in the next 10 years. So nobody believed it anyway, but now you have it. Now the cat's out the bag. He literally said he's going to get green cards out. And then he also previously said, I like taking guns away early, take the guns first, go through due process second. And so not only are we dealing with a Nazi and a criminal, their actions speak louder than their words. So I'm just trying to figure out if the devil themselves ran for office, would you still vote for him? Because it just seems like there's no limits to what people will vote for. And I see sitting on the couch or voting third party or hell being an outright anarchist at this point is the moral position. That is the moral position. Anybody telling you otherwise is in bed with Nazis or liars and criminals, right? Because Trump's a liar and a criminal, clearly. As I pointed out, he's now going to give green cards out. You know what I mean? And he's a criminal. And then and he's going to take people's guns first. What's your name second? So again, and then you got Biden, who's literally a Nazi and arming Nazis who have sex in America. Like, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck will it take.
Do not use the F word.
Oh, so excuse my language. But I'm just trying to figure out, with all due respect, Dana, is what will it take if a demon and the devil were running for office, would people still vote? Is I guess my question to everybody.
So Dana, since I'm a co-host, can I take a whack at that?
Go ahead.
That emotional rant, sir, is ridiculous. First and foremost, okay.
It wasn't emotional. It was all
facts. Okay, let's overstand Trump being a criminal. That's weaponized government made that possible. Biden made that possible. Okay, and what the collective of Black Americans being criminals, stop, boo boo. Okay, pump your brakes. You know nothing. Now, Trump is the best guy moving forward in 2024.
He's literally a criminal.
He is not a criminal. That's political pandering, slander, hearsay, speculation, and
so
bull
he didn't
crap.
get convicted of a crime.
No, he didn't. What? Can you tell me the crime he was convicted of, sir? We'll wait.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Wait. So he was guilty of nothing? Because that sounds like Ghislaine Maxwell.
That's it. Absolutely nothing.
Okay, so it sounds a lot like Ghislaine Maxwell, who literally trafficked kids to nobody and is locked up.
Well, the point, sir, is that you have to be properly convicted. The judge did not properly charge the jury. The crime was basically paying hush money to hush up a crime. The state never proved a crime that was underlying the hush money. If you pay hush money for something that's not a crime, that means you got blackmailed. It's a felony. They threatened Stormy Daniels with prosecution for a felony blackmail of Donald Trump if she did not go along with what they said. In spite of repeated requests to the judge for jury instructions that the jury had to find beyond a reasonable doubt that there was an underlying crime that was hushed, the judge refused to charge the jury with that. There was no underlying crime. There was no proof of that. So there was no crime committed. The bottom line
so he's guilty of nothing.
What happened, guilty of nothing. And what happens is you have the Bill of Rights, the entire purpose of which was to ensure due process, so no one could use criminal proceedings for political purposes. And that's exactly what they did. They totally disregarded the Bill of Rights. So the conviction is not going to stand on appeal. I've been doing this 50 years. There's no way in the devil that will stand.
Okay, but I know the catch-22 of due process, right? You can't get your rights stripped away without due process, but due process strips your rights. So it's literally due process is a joke, if we're being honest. And then
no, it's not a joke.
It
I
literally
have
is a
got
joke.
more people out of the penitentiary, defended successfully, more criminal defendants, and there's thousands of jury
So
trials
you
I've
saying due
had
process
with
doesn't
due
strip your rights?
process. What it doesn't it ensures your rights. In
How,
other
how does
words,
it do that by stripping them?
no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, nor property without due process of law. That is prescribed.
So you're
There
saying
are
due
rules.
process never strips your rights? Because I can give examples.
No, give me an example.
Right to a fair trial, or right to a jury.
You know it. No, you don't get stripped of your
You're
right
saying
to a fair
nobody
trial.
loses those?
If you've got a good lawyer, they don't. Most of the
Oh,
time, when people come up talking about you
Okay,
don't,
so
then
you
they,
do
yeah, well,
lose.
that's you get the
Like
public
that's what I'm
defender.
saying.
They're
People are
usually
playing
better than
games.
90% of the private lawyers. Public defender's office will give you a better defense 90% of the time than any private lawyer you will find, because most public defenders do what they do for a cause rather than the money. They have vastly more experience than your typical lawyer does. They have at beck and call an investigative staff. They have an appellate section. They've got all of the case law, the forms right at hand, unindexed. They have had hundreds or thousands of trials in their careers versus 5 or 6 that an experienced lawyer who's never been in the PD's office or the prosecutor's office has had.
So if you're lucky enough to get a decent lawyer, maybe you might get your rights. So that's cool. We'll let that go.
No,
for a second,
you
but
will get your rights. And
no,
by the way,
you'll
they
get
have
lucky.
what they call post. No, they have what they call post-conviction relief, which is if you got deprived of your rights, then you have a right to have this matter brought up, and you can say you got ineffective assistance of counsel, or you
But
can
you had
bring
them
up
stripped
other
in the
matters.
meantime while.
Look,
Okay,
look,
okay,
look,
all right. But
look,
that wasn't
look,
my main
look,
point
look,
anyway.
look. Look, let me put this. I'll give you my context. I tried 42 first degree murder cases as a defense lawyer where the death penalty was demanded, and maybe twice that many where the death penalty was not. I've had several thousand, 3 or 4,000 trials. And yes, due process of law works. I don't have any clients on death row. I got the youngest person in the world on death row off. I got a stay of execution 23 minutes before he was going to be executed simultaneously by the governor of Arkansas and the Supreme Court of Arkansas. It was all white. And what happens is the Supreme Court of Arkansas unanimously, for 3 separate reasons, including having an all white trial jury, set the boy's conviction aside. He supposedly committed some homicides when he was 13. He was 15 years, 2 weeks when they were going to execute him. I got him off. Now, that was back 40 years ago, and times were much harder then. By the way, the largest jury verdict in American history was by Willie Gary. He's a black attorney. He's 76 years old. He's still down in Boca Raton, Florida. It was sustained on appeal for 40 some years ago, $980 million, which is a record for the largest jury verdict on the books in American law that stood up on appeal. Out of the 10 largest jury verdicts in American history, he's got 4 of them. Out of the 10 largest settlements in American history, he's got 5 of them. He's a black lawyer. You saw what Johnny Cochran did. Black lawyers can be damn fine attorneys. There are a lot of charlatans out there that have no business practicing criminal law because they're rookies. They've been out of law school 8, 9 years. They have slick advertising campaigns, and they've never tried a case. They plead everybody guilty, and they don't know shit. And I've seen it over and over again. The best record in the entire state of Tennessee over a 10-year period was 64 jury trials on serious felonies with 61 outright not guilty verdicts, including on first-degree murder charges, 1 mistrial, which was one of the first-degree murder charges that resulted in a not guilty verdict, and the remaining 2 were guilty verdicts, but the gentlemen in question were charged with felonies, and the offer by the state in each case was 10 years in the penitentiary, but the public defender got them found guilty of the included misdemeanors, 1129 maximum. They already served their time and they were let out the next day. So that's a perfect record, and nobody in the entire state of Tennessee had a record like that. But it was the public defender. So you can get good representation if your lawyer knows what's happening. But
And
we've
I
got a
did say,
lot of people that don't have a damn clue.
All right, are you finished making your point, or I gotta move on to the next speaker?
yeah, I kind of, okay, but I'll just land that point right there. With he said if, and 13% of the population makes up like 53% of the overturned convictions, so we can disagree to disagree
We
on that.
do
I'm
this
just
to
pointing that out.
ourselves.
I'm
I
just
know,
pointing that out.
but we
That,
do it to
that those
ourselves.
are
And let me
overturned
give you
convictions.
let me give you another statistic. Out of the last 50 years, the stats are that 97+% of the people in the American penitentiaries pled guilty. Just a little more than 2.5% got found guilty at a jury trial. Out of that 97+% that pled guilty, depending upon what year it is, the percentage range between 84 and 87% confessed. And when you talk about confession, you should see some of the videos of the confessions. The dude's
So
in the
basically, let
courtroom
me
going for
interject
bad, and
this.
he's snotting up
Right,
and
let me
crying.
interject this. So to that stat that you just threw out there, is actually skewed to the point of what the judge just said. What 80-90% of those convictions, people pleaded guilty.
97 and a plus percent pled guilty.
So if they're coerced, that again is
They
stripping their
aren't
rights, which was my
coerced.
original point. Like
They're
but I
not
did want to bring up
coerced.
that I did want to get
It
more to that's a debatable
it
point. I can make a thread on
it
it later.
happens, but you hear the defendant screaming about I was coerced. And when you look at the video of the guilty plea, the detective saying, "Young man, this is a very serious charge. We strongly suggest you consult with an attorney." "I don't want no lawyer. I just want to see my mom. I'll tell you anything you want to do that. Let me see my mom." Young man, she's not an attorney. You can't see your mother right now, and you're an adult. So you should allow us to get you an attorney. I just want to talk to my mom, and I didn't do it. It was Stomp, Short Dog, and Little Earl. And they are sitting out in the courtroom, supposedly supporting him, and he's fingering them. So you're looking at this thing, take showing that one, and that one in custody. The defendant in this case, during his statement, implicates them in this armed robbery. So he's sitting there snotting up with tears and snot all over his face. He's sitting in the courtroom hollering about somebody framed him or they coerced him. And when you see him, he just punked out. I've tried to talk defendants out, son, young man, you really need to go to trial on this. Do not accept this plea of guilty. If you go to trial, it's not going to be any worse than if you sat there and entered this plea of guilty. Why are you doing it? I'm scared. I don't want.
All right, I need to
Well,
move on to the next
sometimes you got to
speaker.
make a stand. So that's what happens. That's the reality. You make it easy for the system to prosecute you by some of the stupid stuff that you do.
All right, let me I want to go to coffee.
Good evening, Dan and Judge. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Here you will.
Okay. So first, I will make a quick comment. Some people need to listen. So there's a saying that they say those who believe it's foolish to study politics are usually governed by those same fools.
Yeah.
So some of you might want to understand how politics work. So as far as the issue with reparations, so what people understand is after the Civil War, there was this thing that was called Field Order 15. And it was pushed out by
January 16, 1865,
General
General
Sherman.
William Tecumseh Sherman.
So first, I'm letting you know I'm retired Army. I did 28 and a half years. I just retired last year. I was an electronic warfare and cyber officer. So a lot of it is how ties to a lot of stuff that I did. So within 4 months, President Johnson rescinded that. 400,000 acres was given out. Within 3 months, it was taken back. The whole mule thing, they were just giving army mules, and that was pretty much it. So the young lady was talking about where does the money come from and how it's going to be on the taxpayers. Well, I'm pretty sure that she don't know that Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel was given $96 billion, and it was approved for aid, which means we still have to pay. We still got to pay for it. So it doesn't matter where the money is coming from. Somebody's going to foot that bill. So as far as Vivek, I don't think he will be selected as a VP, mainly due to age. Maybe if he was a little bit older and was out a little bit more, had a little bit more years, and was in positions where people seeing where he worked, more likely he will be maybe 2028. Trump probably would put him somewhere in there so people can have eyes on him to see how he operates, and then to try to swing people who goes his way, because he kind of runs on the same platform as Trump does. So the issue thing about the war, what people don't understand is a lot of people, they're not paying attention to the borders. A lot of people, they're looking at people from Venezuela, Mexico, all these Hispanic countries, but they ain't looking at the people that's coming from China. And a lot of people don't know the last 3 years, China has had cyber cells in the US hacking our infrastructures. The days of trying to occupy land and fight, take over stuff, there's no need for that. If I can shut down your water, shut down your electric power grids, why would I need to come in your country when I can let you just destroy yourselves from internal? And that's kind of what some of the things that we train to do. That's some of the things that when being a cyber officer, that's what we train. That's one of the things we train to do. The thing with the social media, the news, there is nothing out there saying that they have to actually give you factual information. It's a thing that we do against other countries. China does it to us. It's called the information warfare or information operations, if you want to call it that, where they put out small bits of information tailored to how they want it because they know it will affect in how people would think. And a lot of people don't understand the things that you read when you constantly on social media or you on the phones. That's why you have these kids now. I will put my uniform back on before I trust this generation here to go somewhere and fight. Because one, they're too soft, they're too busy with either a tablet, gaming system, a phone, or something. The littlest thing you say to them, they want to cry about it, or they want some policy drawn up to protect them. You don't have that structure as far as strength, and maybe I don't know. It's not that many dads, no fathers in the house to toughen up these, today's men. No, that's just my thoughts. I grew up in a 2-parent household, so I know how my father was with me. He was a correction officer. So a lot of these kids, like, they just can't take people talking to them a certain way, or you have to tippy-toe around them. You got to be soft when you talk to them. As soon as you get harsh with them, they crying or they start complaining. But that's all I have. See what you think about that, Judge or Dana.
I appreciate what you're saying. You're absolutely right. And you know what? The light bulb just went off in my head. They don't have to invade your land anymore. That is so true. And the way they do it, like you said, is energy. It's the water, controlling the lights, controlling your energy. If we don't have what would happen if we don't have access to our running water and stuff, or our energy, if it's get hacked?
So
that's scary.
So what it is, we did a simulation, and we broke it down. It was pretty much like New York, Texas, Arkansas, California, Florida. It was certain key states that we was gaming against each other, and the computer runs like an analysis, and it's like, okay, you get one turn. It's like, okay, I'm taking out your electric, taking out your grid. So now you have zero access to money. People can't have money, they can't get gas because everything's electronic. It's no longer where you just flip the little armor over and you get gas. So you can't get that free flow. And once you lose your electric, then someone say, okay, well, we're taking out their water. Either way, you still take out water as part of your SCADA system. That there goes your water. So now you're relying on backup generators. And it would tell us how long it would take for certain areas to fall. Because if you look at when, what was it, COVID, how people was going crazy, snatching things off the shelves. So imagine you lose power and water and people start catching on. It's going to take them a while to catch on to it. That's what's going on. But within 72 hours, now you got mass looting. Now you're going to have citizens turning on each other because you want to have those who don't have trying to get from the ones who actually got there, early enough or who already been stockpiling stuff.
Right.
So within
I just
a
followed.
week,
I just followed you back. I want to do a follow up next week with you in this space on that very topic. So, Judge, I don't know if you want to respond to it. I want to move on to the other speakers, but I definitely want to follow up with you next week on that coffee shop. Judge, are you even still there? I don't think so. You're gonna have to drop down and come back up. You guys can hear me, right?
I hear you.
Yes, I hear you.
Can you drop down, Judge, and come back up?
Can I quickly respond to Coffee Shop?
Yeah.
Hey, Coffee Shop, I hear you, bro. And what he's saying is true. For in 2020 through 2023, I was responsible for an initiative with the Air and Space Force Association called Cyber Patriot, where we were training kids for free. And my jurisdiction was Western Tennessee, so Jackson, Tennessee to the Mississippi River. We had the Air Force Association had free resources to train our kids on how to hack computers ethically, right? You know, it was like pulling teeth trying to get our kids to sign up. Our kids just were not interested in learning cybersecurity, and what the gentleman said was critical. And nobody talks about what that gentleman said. Like, that's a vector of attack that, in my view, we're not prepared for. But I followed you, bro. Interesting stuff.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
On that,
okay.
15 years ago, the Chinese, they claim it was just one of their systems hacked into the new F-35 system. And that person acquired the power to be able to disable, ground any one aircraft, drop the whole fleet out of flight, or disable the entirety of the thing. And they never did get around to redoing the hardware. So the software fixes are incomplete. So our number one attack fighter aircraft right now, the F-35, operates at the pleasure of the Chinese People's Republic. Now, one thing I wanted to get back on to was about if we have effective reparations. I think it would be less than ideal if we got, say, less than, say, $350,000, $400,000 per person. Hell, I used to make that 3 hours when I had that show. It ain't a big a lot of money. It's all from your perspective. But if we each got 400,000, 350 to 400,000 for reparations, with 60 million Black folk who would qualify, the math ends up between 14 trillion and $15 trillion. And for 2017, the gross national income wasn't but $19.6 trillion. So I don't think the United States is going to allow itself to give away 3/4 of its national income, on top of the fact that we owe debt to the People's Republic of China, thanks to the Reagan administration of somewhere around $34 trillion.
All right.
That's big money.
All right. So what I'm gonna do, so Art, I'm gonna drop you down a listener. Someone's requesting to come up. So as people talk, I want to, just move it along, because I did say 9 to 12, and we're probably going to end up going a little past 12, because I do want everybody to have a chance to speak. So I appreciate you coming up, Art. I want to, okay, Real Queen, and then I'm gonna go to Life and Times, Patrick, Chicago, Kylie, Jane. April, you dropped down. I don't know if you was having connection problems. Slick, Professor, and Choke. Go ahead, Real Queen, then the Life.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
my earbuds came out. I want to respond to, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, I want to respond to Sexy Raw. She first came up and said, or insinuated, that most people don't understand how the government is funded. I hate to tell her she doesn't understand how the government's funded, because the reality is the government is ultimately funded through taxpayers, not anything else. So if the taxpayers, or Black taxpayers, aren't paying for reparations, who will pay for reparations? Second,
Your phone going in and out. Your connection going in and out, Real Queen.
yeah, hold on. I got it. It popped out again. Give me a sec. When it comes to lineage being a verifiable reason to determine who gets reparations, it's flawed, because what about Haitians or free Blacks who revolted? What about the Blacks who were emancipated prior to 1776? And white supremacy doesn't merely differentiate between kids of Black people. That's a misnomer. What about Jewish people? What about the Japanese who had a bomb dropped on them? What about Native Americans and other individuals? So it's just a dumb conversation. At the end of the day, it goes nowhere, and people don't have the intellectual fortitude to understand the conversation entirely. And so they come up here saying dumb stuff, but if you follow the money, you follow the history, it goes nowhere. And I'll land right there. Oh, also, Vivek Ramaswamy is my guy. And he's more genetically Black than people know, because India and Africa share a history of being one land before the plate split apart and the lands became different. Okay, so you also will have to understand the political climate in which we live today. It's a very different government presiding over the people, with COVID, with all the tyranny going on. So you have to have an American first approach to the government, an understanding of how to beat these people at their own game, and a different kind of deeper than surface level understanding of things. And Vivek has it. So he's my guy.
Okay. So you did call out Sexy Rod name, and Sexy Rod, you can't come back. You could come back up, come back up if you want to rebuttal. April, I see you requesting. I still have you in queue in order. And I see Miss G and the church. However, I don't want anyone to call anybody stupid. I don't want people calling anybody names or saying what they have to say. Sexy Rod is very intelligent. And we could disagree with each other. We could disagree all night long. So I just want to keep that in mind. And please, no F bombs tonight.
Did I accidentally call her stupid?
No, you said the comments or something were stupid or something.
No, I said people who believe those things are stupid. But if I said that, I apologize. I didn't mean that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Southern Belle, yes, I wanted to stay very mellow tonight, hopefully, but I have a feeling that it's not. But anyway, so I want to go to the Life, then Patrick, then Chicago, Cali, Jane, blah 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 blah. So go ahead, the Life. Damn, 5 people. Listen, it's 5 people requesting to come. Oh yeah, I see you, Sexy Rod. As soon as I drop this next person down, I'm gonna bring you right up. Okay, go ahead, the Life.
You hear me?
Yes.
Uh, I don't know who the girl was, sexy something, but she was just something just caught me when what she said about like get these mega corporations to pay for it or something. Like I'm all for reparations. I don't believe it should be in a money form. It should be like free and like schooling something, teach us something for free. Cause college is expensive for no reason. But like how mega corporations work or whatnot, one, they don't hold all their money in America. They hold their money overseas and the CEOs get paid in options and all that. So technically they don't have cash on hand. So it's not like, oh yeah, we can just give cash. It don't work that way. And then not only that, Wall Street, which is the people, they fund these companies and the people consume these companies. So if you got a problem with these mega corporations, stop using their product. And the whole vice president, I wanted Tulsi Gabbard. I don't know if I'm saying her name right. I wanted Tulsi Gabbard to be vice president because she would. So it seemed like she want to press the issue about Hillary Clinton and all that, to get down to the nitty gritty and all that. But that's the only reason. But that's all I got to say.
All right, appreciate you. Would you mind dropping down? Because I need to bring Sexy Ra up so she can rebuttal. The Life. Thank you. Okay. So I'm gonna let Sexy Ra rebuttal, and then I'm gonna go to Patrick, and then Chicago.
Yeah, the reason I say people should not be speaking on reparations unless they've done their homework is that I've heard people include immigrants into reparations. Reparations is not for the new immigrant just because you're humelinated and you're considered to be of the Black race or of Blackness in America. We are freedmen. We know exactly wwho we are. We're descendants. We have a lineage here, and it's documented via our federal government. The 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, as well as the Civil Rights Act of 1866, covers freedmen. So and the Supreme Court has already ruled, right, that this is race neutral now. And in their briefs, a couple of them expressed that freedmen is race neutral, and that is who we are. So it does not include all Black, supposedly what people are coming under our identifier as Black, does not include all of you. And we do include the free people, right? Because the free people also freedmen, because they were the refugees from the Civil War. So, and when we look at it, we look at the census, right, of all the ancestors and anybody that's on the census. Now, if they're not on the census of 1860 or 1870, then you might be asked, oh, excuse me, you might be out of something. But in the end, we're looking at the census as well, right? And I'm going to give you all some books to read. One of them is Dr. Darity, From Here to Equality, where he lays it all out for you, and how the government can fund this in multiple ways. There's a new report from Harvard that was just released this week about how the government can pay for this. And as far as the corporations, many corporations like the banks, like Wells Fargo, Bank of America, they were started on the slave trade or with the bodies of the slave, right? So even Wall Street, right? First stocks and bonds in America was the Black body, right? So we can do certain things. It's not impossible. It's very feasible. It has happened with the Japanese, And it was not all the Japanese that are here in America, right? It was those that were harmed and injured. So that's another thing. Immigrants have not been harmed and injured as the freedmen, right? So they're automatically excluded. So I just wanted to make sure you all understood that there is a separation. It's not for all Black people, and there's documentation, and there's ways they've done it. And again, I'll reiterate, they have what they call a judgment fund in this government that handles claims specifically, and they utilize it all the time. So I'll land it there.
I appreciate you, Sexy Rob. I'm gonna go to Patrick Reeds.
Let me ask her a question.
Okay, sir.
In 1921, the United States Marine Corps invaded Haiti. They sent nothing but Southerners down there who were used to dealing with Negroes. The United States government at that point in time, and this was prompted by Democrat Woodrow Wilson, felt that that was a bad influence on American Blacks for Haiti to be free. So they intimidated them, terrorized them, and generally tried to set them back, and they ruined their governance. And that was great harm suffered at the hands of the United States government, specifically through the Marine Corps. That set up Papa Doc and that reign of terror that he put on Haiti. There has been some word from time to time over the last several decades, since the 1930s, about the U.S. owing restitution to Haiti for what the United States government did in 1920, 21, 23,
What's the
24.
question?
So listen, just patience. The question is would they not be entitled to some compensation because of that?
No.
Why not? The United
Because
States
they got to get in line
specifically
with
run it.
everybody else. So no.
It'll be a
No,
separate case.
listen.
It's
Separate
separate
case.
case.
They
Yes,
could file
it
it.
may be,
They could
but
file it
what
like
about
other people. They could file it. They could
well,
press
wait a
for it.
minute.
But the fact is that because they could do all those things this in the same way we could do all those things, but we don't know we know what is owed to us, reparations and restitution.
Okay,
So I
who's
really don't give a
getting
goddamn where the
well,
U.S. invaded
well,
because we were
that's
already invaded here first.
That's not
So my
not
question is
the
no.
issue.
And if the
The
question is for Sexy
question,
Rod, you can answer that question. Gotta move on to
okay,
other speakers
just
though.
listen to the other part of it. Supposing they pass a law saying we owe restitution to Haiti for
They will never
invading
pass
the
that
place.
law.
Why not?
Because they won't. They're not going to give
Why
Black
not?
people from another country no restitution or
They
reparations.
They might.
They're
And
not.
under
They're
international,
not. They're
look,
not.
under
We're not doing
international law,
hypotheticals tonight.
I'm
Hypothetical.
sorry. You have to deal with it because that's how
No,
the
but we're
world
not.
works.
They're not going to do it. And if they do, so,
And what are you
wait,
going to
you're
do
saying,
about it?
the question you're saying is, are they owed restitution? I would say yes, they're owed restitution, but what they got to do with Black people being owed restitution?
What are you going to do if they give it to them first?
If they're not, because there's no paperwork even filed.
Well,
so now
you
pulling out your ass.
excuse
you are
me,
making
excuse
up
me.
a
I'm not.
scenario. You're making
I
up a
know.
false scenario to
I
prove
know.
a point.
It is not a false
It is.
scenario. It is a valid
Okay, so
scenario.
has the Haitian government filed a petition or any legal documentation for that?
Or they might.
They have not. They have
So
not.
what if they do?
They
Well,
have
what if
not.
we filed? What if
They
we
have
filed?
not.
Judge,
What if
can
we filed?
Miss Dana and Miss Dana and Judge, can I
What
highlight
have
this
we
point?
filed?
Can I highlight this?
Yes. Go ahead.
Nigeria, when we filed, our ancestors, Ogletree, them filed the HR 40 in the Congress in 1989. In 1990, Nigeria filed a lawsuit against the United States government for reparations so that they could get paid for loss of their human capital. And they lost the case. I'll land it there.
Now, to your point, Judge, because instead of you making up a fairy tale story, because the Haitian government or Haitian
It's not a
people,
fairy
the
tale
Haitian government,
story.
let me finish. The Haitian government or the Haitian people or no Haitian organization have found any lawsuit or paperwork for restitution against the United States. However, You do see this administration, Congress, giving billions of dollars, different states giving billions of dollars to illegals. So they're receiving reparations, they're receiving restitution, they're receiving welfare and all types of social services, and we're not getting anything. So there is a point there where people who don't deserve it, who don't qualify for it, who are receiving it. So to Sexy Ra's point, which is accurate, it is fact-based that we are owed reparation and restitution. And if you're going to give it to a non-citizen, then damn it, then there's no excuse that you don't have money in that pot for us. I need to go to the next speaker.
The point is they're not doing it, and we are not being politically astute enough to get it done.
All right, that's
so
fine.
What is
I want to
the
go to
answer?
Patrick. Gotta go to Patrick.
Well, you can't get away from it.
I'm not trying to get away from it. I'm not disagreeing. I want to go to the next speaker.
Can I test my mic
Go
really
ahead.
quick?
No,
Can you
one
guys,
second.
can you still hear me? I'm just testing the mic.
Oh, testing.
Yeah, I hear
Yes,
you.
we can hear you.
Okay.
I need to go to Patrick. Patrick in Chicago.
I was gonna talk about how voting doesn't matter, but I'll keep it on the slavery thing, like, because I think this is an interesting topic. Like, my view is that slavery evolved, and it still exists today to some extent, right? Like, just hear me out. Money is nothing but a paper debt contract backed by violence of a jurisdiction, and there's only 5 types of non-dischargeable debts in the United States via federal bankruptcy law: federally backed student loans, taxes, alimony, child support, and court-imposed fines. There's always more debt than money. Money is just a piece of paper backed by violence of a jurisdiction. And what I'm arguing would be, like, do you think, like, they evolved the market house where they used to sell black people to the civil court system where they, because they used to do it via contract law back then, to the civil court system now where they put men primarily in non-dischargeable debt and kind of like status as human traffic children and women, in the open marketplace via the family court system and the civil court system, because money is just nothing but a contract to allocate resources backed by debt enforced by a jurisdiction that has violence. Like, do you feel me, Mr. Brown? Am I crazy?
I hear you.
Like,
I hear you.
So when you talk about, like, reparations, I think, like, we're getting caught up in the weeds here, because I don't think there's any difference between any of us. Like, I think we're all kind of slaves to the system. It doesn't matter. I think anti-Semitism anti-Semitism is a great treat in the racism, right? But what I'm saying is, like, do you think they breed us? Do you think, like, they incentivize us with these resources to decay our birth rates and our fertility and, like, the amount of children we have? Like, I feel like there's kind of like a correlation between these resources we're allowed to utilize and the diminishing our diminishing birth rate, and our forced diversity.
Interesting considerations.
Am I crazy? Like, you can tell me I'm crazy.
No, you're not crazy. It's just what gets implemented by politics. The legislation passed by the Congress, which is the House and Senate, so long as it's not unconstitutional and violating a constitutional principle, can do a whole lot of things. So the question becomes, what is Congress going to do?
Well, I always thought, like, we're kind of subverted and voting doesn't matter because no matter who you vote for, the choices we have are pledged to a foreign nation, like a foreign agent. But I don't want to, like, take up all your space. But I think, like, all of this is to kind of breed us so that we can't unify. And I'm not, like, saying. How old are you, sir? Like, were you around for segregation? Like, I always heard people say, like, segregation was better because black people can manage black people.
Segregation was not better. That's bullshit.
So it wasn't like you got the family was more unified.
Let me explain it to you this way. You ever been to a park where it says all dogs must be on a leash, and then another part says dogs may be off leash? Or
no, I haven't. That's why I'm asking you, sir. Like, okay, I always heard people say, like, the family was more unified.
Like that. So in other words, it's like no Negroes allowed. Negroes must conform over here. Negroes can't.
No, I'm not like trying to, like, make it a superiority thing. Like,
I'm trying to give you what it was like. I was alive when this was going on.
But would you say the divorce rate was less? That the family unity was stronger?
It has nothing to do with the fact that there was segregation. All of that is coincidental. There are a number of other changes going on in public life, in private life, the world, different value sets coming along, but segregation had nothing good about it.
Okay, I never
Nothing.
lived it. That's why I was asking your opinion
I
on it. I'm
did.
not. Yeah, so
I
that's why
did.
I value your opinion. But
So
you could
in
see
other
like
words,
how
what
like
I'm
shout out to Coffee Shop. He did 28 years in the military apparently. Like that's a fucking salute. That's crazy. But like if you took like Dana,
Yeah,
right?
please stay away from the F word.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad, man. But if I took Dana, right, and I like just like was like, okay, I'm gonna take her kids and I'm gonna put her in my family, and I'm gonna like take some of my family and put it in her family, like it's not gonna work. Like there's no unity. It'd be chaos, right? You kind of get like what I'm saying, like the unity is important. You know what I mean? Like the culture is important. Like I'm not saying like it's below or above, but I'm just saying like this idea of like forced diversity is almost in my mind, even though I never lived through segregation, worse than you know unity. I guess maybe I'm crazy.
It's like no dogs allowed in the park, and that was the same thing. No Negroes allowed over here. So it's just like you run into the signs in the park, no dogs allowed, or the dogs must be on leash. All Negroes must be accompanied by a note from their employer to establish legitimate presence in this area. See, that was a reality. Inglewood, California, Los Angeles, it's a black area now. When I was growing up, you couldn't go through Inglewood if you were black after dark unless you looked official or you had a note from some white employer that you were a domestic, or you had a statement from a business that you worked there and what your hours were and when you got off. You just couldn't drive through Inglewood. It wasn't healthy for you. Now it's a black place down in the woods. See, chimes change.
That's interesting. I always thought like it would be better because like you'd be more unified and
No,
there'd be more unity. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to like.
no, it's not. So you got other things too. Back to the question about reparations. Every year, California snatches about $50,000, $60,000, 10,000, 15,000 of my money out of a bank account or one or two that has branches out in California. Every year, I have to spend $6,000 to $8,000 on attorney fees and accountants fees to get the money back, which they give back in 9, 10, 11 months. They've earned interest on it. I've lost interest in every year. It cost me several $1,000s to get it back. California is broke, yet they were talking about reparations out of San Francisco. So who was going to pay for it? Me? I didn't want to particularly pay for somebody I don't know.
I
And
do
I
know they
sure
have a
as hell
budget
could.
now. They
Yeah.
starting budget right now is 12 million for reparations.
Yeah, and 12 million gets you no damn
Well, that's
where.
just
I'd
a
make
start.
more.
Apparently,
I'd
it's
make
going to increase, but
Yeah,
I
but
didn't read the
12
specifics
million
yet.
is 12 million doesn't get you anywhere. It's a token. And the other thing is before it comes into place, they have ballot initiatives. All you need is 20,000 signatures, and you can get anything put on a ballot to get repealed at the next regularly scheduled election. California is 42% Hispanic in terms of the registered voters, and 54% of the population is Hispanic. Do you think they're going to go along with reparations when they can get a recall or a overturn petition put on, ballot initiative, and get it struck? So, I mean, it's not going anywhere. That's just grandstanding
All right,
because blue is trying
I
to
want to
get
go on
you.
to the next speaker. I'm going to Chicago, then Kali. I'm gonna drop down Patrick. I'm gonna drop you down Sexy Raw.
Yeah, thanks for letting me talk. Like I appreciate it. It's good to talk to you guys. I appreciate it.
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Go ahead. What is that noise?
I'm sorry, that's me. I'm
Oh,
cooking. Sorry, so you probably hear me in the background cooking
okay. Go
and
ahead.
chewing.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Chicago.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I'm up because I took a nap
Wait,
earlier and did
wait
not.
1 second, Chicago. April, I was about to bring you up. So if you're still there, request to come up so I can bring you up. Go ahead, Chicago.
Yeah, I was saying I took a nap, a midday nap, and didn't cook dinner, so I'm up right now, making this food. So if you hear it cooking in the back, my apologies. But I wanted to talk about a couple of things. The first thing is that when we talk about VPs, I went to the first
presidential debate in Milwaukee. And I was able to sit there. I was sitting with Carrie Lake and some GOP people. And when we were there, we were critiquing the debate as we were sitting there. The best person, somebody's talking to a child in the background. Y'all hear that?
No, but we could actually hear the grease, so it's kind of
Oh,
loud.
sorry. Let me. I'm done. This is my last piece.
What is that, a
Yeah,
baby?
I hear a baby, not a chicken frying.
No, that's the judge's dog. She's whining.
Oh,
But yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm done cooking. That was my last piece. Anyway, so I was there, and the best person on that debate stage was Doug Burnham, who is the governor of Nebraska.
Is someone speaking?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you need to drop down and come back up. Chicago is speaking. So if you can't hear her, drop down and come up. Go ahead, Chicago.
So yeah, Doug Burgum was the best guy on the stage. He was so good that I even went up to his wife and his sister afterwards and was like, "Yo, y'all guy did your thing." He was wonderful, and I think that he would be a great VP because he comes from a rural background, and he spoke about how when we have these discussions, people don't really talk about rural America, and how he's a country guy, very calm. So he would really balance my Donnie out very, very well. And I hope that he is chosen to be the VP. Because again, they would be able to cover both sides of the coin. I do think if he were to not choose him, he should go with Ben Carson, as everybody else said. Right now, we're in this delineation environment. And so while Byron is younger and would bring a different perspective, Byron has been labeled a foreigner because he said he comes from a Jamaican background. And so I don't think that Black folks are going to elect Black foreigners to represent us 3 times in a row. Fool us once, okay. Fool us twice, okay, but definitely not 3 times. Moving on. I also want to say for the reparations issue, I always say that we should focus our reparations fight on state-sponsored terrorism called Jim Crow. We have a much better chance of getting those reparations. We don't have to go back as far in the record to prove who we are or how we were affected. They have plenty of evidence. They got movies, they got books, they got documentaries. My mother is a Jim Crow survivor. My aunts and uncles are Jim Crow survivors. And Jim Crow is actually the harm that affects us the most to this day, because after slavery, while the troops were in the South, our people were thriving. However, after 1880, when Rutherford B. Hayes removed the troops, that's when the Democrats and their guerrilla warfare arm called the Ku Klux Klan began to terrorize us as American citizens and disenfranchise us as American citizens and harm us as American citizens. And the U.S. government already has a fund called Victims of Domestic Terrorism Fund. In that fund, the people from 9/11 get paid, the people from the Pan Am air flight get paid, everybody who's ever been in a domestic terrorism situation gets paid. And the way that works is that the U.S. government will allow the victims to seek remedy in federal court. Once they receive that remedy, then they sue them meaning the state that made it happen. So for example, if it was Pan Am, it would be the state of Libya. That state then pays into this fund, and then this fund not only pays the victim, but it also pays their heirs. So what we have to do first is get ourselves established as an ethnicity first. Then after we get ourselves established as an ethnicity, we bring our case to federal court over Jim Crow, and not just specific incidents, but the whole campaign of Jim Crow, which was state-sponsored terrorism enacted by state and local governments and protected by the federal government. Once we do that, then we get paid. And we don't have to keep having these conversations. We don't have to talk about, finding your lineage or what it is, because if your people trace back to that 1930 census, like my grandmothers do, then I know for a fact that they were being victimized by Jim Crow, which is why they left warm Mississippi and ran up here to cold, icy Chicago. So that's what we should do. Even when Judge Joe Brown was talking about, how other races of people would receive that, I've been kind of pushing this to the white conservative base, and they're like, yeah, that makes sense. I could go for that. You're absolutely right. Jim Crow was terrorism. Yes, Why aren't more people saying it like that? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm not the grand poobah of Black folks. So I don't know why people aren't saying whatever, but I think that we have a much stronger case, a much more viable case by seeking remedies for terrorism. Because again, it's there, it's already been quantified in multiple ways, and they cannot deny us from that because that infrastructure already exists. Thank y'all. Happy Tuesday night.
Appreciate it.
Can I do a quick rebuttal?
Quick. Go ahead.
Wait, go ahead, Ro.
I hear a lot of talk about the judgment fund. If you're going to sue the federal government, make sure your case is actual, imminent litigation. Okay, we're talking about Article 3 stuff here, people. And why this is important is to satisfy the demands of Article 3, a litigant, the person suing the government must have suffered an actual or imminent injury, or in other words, have sustained or be immediately in danger of sustaining some direct injury as a result of the challenge, meaning slavery. None of us living today are affected by slavery, not our grandmoms, not us, not our grandchildren. So really, Black folks are trying to sound good while pitching nonsense to get something for nothing here. And I'll land my ship.
I'm sorry, are you calling us getting payments for terrorism nonsense? Is that what you're saying? Because I didn't
It
talk
is
about terrorism.
nonsense.
And that's your business. You're not.
It
you're,
is
You're not
nonsense,
on the
but I'm
Supreme
not saying
Court.
you personally, but it's nonsense how it stacks up.
It's okay, because we do know who was injured. We do have all of the things that you
But the
stated.
question is
Mhm.
it imminent and actual? No, it's 400 years
No, I
ago.
didn't say
When it comes to
slavery. I
Jim
said
Crow,
Jim
let me say
Crow.
this.
Correct.
Let me say this. When it comes to Jim Crow, guess what? I got a bridge. I got a bridge. Hold on. I got a bridge to sell. Hold on. Will you hold on? I got a bridge to sell you because, hold on, the civil rights legislation.
All right. I need everybody to stay on their mic. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me finish up. Let me finish up.
Wait 1 second. We are not hopping off the mic. I let people rebuttal to the person who was speaking. Real Queen was rebutting to Chicago. So this is between Chicago and Real Queen. And please finish up, Real Queen.
Okay, I'm just going to say quickly and briefly that when it comes to Jim Crow, the civil rights legislation atoned for it. So stop it.
Tell me how. Wait, I'm sorry. How could it?
No, go ahead, Chicago.
No. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done with it. That's her opinion. No, that's your.
I need April, please. You gotta stay on your.
And the Japanese who both got reparations. She's not like this is.
I need you to stay. And I don't know how people talking over like stay on your mic. When I get to you, then you can say what you got to say directly to Real Queen. Real Queen was rebutting Chicago. So everybody stay on your mic. If you want to come off your mic to rebuttal, you got to rebuttal Chicago. Other than that, stay on your mic. Go ahead, Chicago. Like, P-Rag, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, it was a double mute. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So we do. Again, my mother is a Jim Crow survivor. She's still alive, as are my aunts, my uncles, my neighbors across the street. I live in America's largest Black community, the Austin community on the west side of Chicago. And we are still to this day dealing with issues of Jim Crow when it comes to how we were pushed here, how we were terrorized, not we, but our families were terrorized when they came over here. That's why the Mighty Vice Lord Nation exists, because they were being terrorized by white folks over here. And the Chicago Police Department did not do anything about it, which then shows a connection in this terrorism between the terrorists themselves and the local government. We would not allow other countries to implement a system of state-sponsored terrorism on their citizens without us getting upset. This is why we went to Bosnia in the 90s with Slobodan Milosevic. This is why we hung Saddam Hussein on national TV. This is why they went and put a bullet in Gaddafi's head. Now, we know the real reasons, but the reason that they sold to the public was the fact that they were implementing state-sponsored terrorism on their people. And if that's enough to activate the U.S. military and spend our tax dollars, then we need to have that same level of respect for ourselves in the domestic terrorism that happened on this land. And not just from the U.S. government, but from the native nations as well, because they were also involved in this system of Jim Crow that systemically harmed the Negro, and the victims of that are still alive. And with this fund, like I said, the fund doesn't only pay the victim, but it pays their heirs. So that means that not only would my mother receive something, but I would receive something, my brother would receive something, my cousins would receive something, because all of us were affected by that. And I think that it's very disingenuous for us to diminish the impact of Jim Crow when we are still dealing with that today. Not the Jim Crow itself, but the impacts of Jim Crow has never been fixed, even with the act of Congress that made them stop doing what they're doing, but it never addressed the harm that it caused. So that's
All
it.
right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to go to Callie.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to speak on the vice presidency. I do think it's important that we advocate for who we would like as Black Americans before Trump's announcement on Thursday. And I think Black Americans should emphatically speak against a Vivek vice presidency and actively advocate for Ben Carson. And I'll tell you guys why. And it's not just because he's Black. But I did put his resume in the comment section, but he has held political office twice. A lot of people may not know about the 2004 a council that he had served on. He was appointed by George W. Bush to serve on the President's Council on Bioethics. And we all know he was the 17th Secretary, Department of Housing and Urban Development in 2021. Another thing is Dr. Carson, he founded the American Cornerstone Institute. And so this organization, it actually focuses on preparing people for the executive branch. He's already has experience working with the executive branch. He's connected to the White House secretary. He works with the senior counsel to President Trump. He works with the director of the Office of Public Liaison. He works with the director of National Economic Council, and he works with the former Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. So he actively works with these people today, and so he would be able to smoothly transition into the executive branch. In fact, that program that he runs through the Cornerstone Institute, it actually prepares candidates for the executive branch. And so another thing he's done, he's founded the Dr. Carlson Scholars Fund that's currently operating in 50 states. So he does have experience running businesses. He has owned his own practice, and he made history, as we all know, with his surgical skills. Lastly, I think that we should be treating the Trump's presidency as a transitional period for 2028 in preparation for what a Black American president can look like for preparation of a Black American president, to be quite frank. And so Ben Carson, he primes the optics for that for our people. So Americans can actually get used to seeing a Black American in the highest office as a vice president. And so if he does get that vice presidency, that would be incumbent on us as Black Americans to be in his ear about some of the things that we need as far as setting in place. And that includes executive orders, that includes some things we want to grants, whatever it is that we need to build our institutions. That's something that we could start now if he gets that vice presidency, but also as a transitional period up into what we want to see in 2028 or 2032. And so I want to speak to Art's point, because he said, it's better to vote for the couch and all these things because they're both the devil and whatnot. And, it's 5 months away, from the election. So whatever those plans was in terms of Black Americans coming up with a third party, we would have had to already been planning that in like 2016, 2020. And so 5 months away from the election, we just don't have the time. So we have to plan for that now, maybe to make a move in 2028, 2032. But as far as the third party that I hear Black Americans talking about, also wanting to create and run our own presidential candidates, create a super PAC. These are things we got to start now, because to be honest, 2024 election, it is what it is. Trump will be the best choice from my perspective. But we don't have the time to set that framework in 5 months. That's something we would have to start to plan in preparation for 2028 and 2032. And so again, Ben Carson would be a good look optically and as far as his experience and his knowledge to prepare us for a full-blown Black American president between 2028 and 2036. That's all I gotta say. Thanks.
Appreciate you. All right, I want to go to Jane. I don't know what happened to April because April, you were after Jane, but go ahead. Oh, there you
Hi,
go.
thank you, Dana. And I just want to, and good evening, Judge. I just want to say every time I get on your space, I learn something. And I have to actually take notes. There's so much going on. I want to comment quickly because I didn't raise my hand for this, but Coffee Shop said something. He said a lot of stuff. He dropped a lot of truth bombs. But one comment, the only comment I want to say is prepare. Food and water, you all must put food and water up because there's going to come a time where food is not going to be on the shelves if things go the way they're going now. I pray they change. Original reason I raised my hand was comment that Sexy Ross said. I think it was her. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but she said if Ben Carson wasn't chosen, Trump will lose the black vote. And my only comment on that is my biggest prayer is that Americans realize that American sovereignty is at stake here. If we don't get somebody that will save America from the globalists, we're not going to, all these other issues are going to be moot. We have to vote minds, not skin. We must. I love Ben Carson. He could open my brain any day of the week. But would I put him in charge of America's checkbook or investments? I don't know. I do love him. I think he's just a wonderful human being. But and you almost got me back to him now after listening to everybody. But I originally wanted J.D. Vance, and I'll tell you why. He's a young man. He's a young leader. He's a good leader. And if you look at his book or watch the movie Hillbilly Elegy, you could see how that kid, I call him a kid, I'm 70. So he pulled himself up from the bootstraps. I mean, that kid looked like he didn't have a chance. And look what he did. You know, he got himself into Yale and all that. But if you look at his performance in the House, he's right on point. And also, the Tucker interview will give you a lot of information about him. But there's one problem. He's young, and maybe the judge can explain how that would work. If he was chosen and Trump died, he's actually not old enough to be president. So I'm wondering if the judge could comment on that because that sort of makes me go back to Ben because Ben wouldn't have that issue. But I sort of want to see the young people step up, take over because I think we're done. 70 and above, I think we're done, and it's time for the young people to to show us how they could do better, and I think they can. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jane. Appreciate it. Judge, did you want to?
Qualifications for vice president are the same as they are for president because he has to be prepared to take over.
So
President
so
has to
he's
be
the,
35 years of age and a natural born citizen, which
oh
means he's born on American soil.
oh well, he's 36, so he qualifies. I thought the age had to be 42, so that's incorrect.
No,
Okay, well, great.
that's incorrect.
Okay, thank you,
I
Judge.
think 36 is way too young
It
anyway.
is.
You don't
I
have enough
agree.
sense in life.
I agree. It is.
You don't know enough about life.
Yes,
And
I tend to agree.
we are in a world environment. How old is Putin? How old is Z? How old is we've got a young person in charge of North Korea, and that doesn't work too well. You see, there has to be an experience in life where you have done something for a number of years and you understand how stuff works. We like to cut corners, but that's like lawyers or doctors or anything else. You have to do your residency and your internship to learn your trade, not just what you get out of books or your exposure. And quite frankly, 8 years, 4 years is an appointed position. And the US government does not prepare someone to be president of the United States unless you've had a lifetime worth of being the boss, the guy in charge. And if you are that kind of command authority person, then you start having what is necessary to be the president or the vice president. Now, one other thing too, I'm not for Vivek. That's not my choice, but Vivek is a good offset for Kamala Harris. Both of them are Hindu. And Vivek puts the lie to Kamala's claim to be black, which is false. I've met her dad, and she's not black, according to him. He has nobody black in his family. So how does she become black? Except, as he puts it, she's a fraud. So that is another thing too. But we need somebody that's actually figured it out.
Ben Carson.
Ben Carson hasn't run anything. So Ben Carson is nice for the image, but he's not the person that knows what's going on in Congress, in the Senate. He's not the person that knows the judiciary in the United States. He's not the person that is acquainted intimately with the governors and the elected officials all across the United States. He hasn't twisted arms and said, this is what you're going to do. He does not have the track record of setting up the intelligence networks that are necessary to know the dirt on everybody that you have to deal with. He's a surgeon, a very good surgeon.
1 second, Judge. I have a question for you on YouTube. Che Guvera Studio says, question for the judge. For some unfortunate reason, Trump does not make it to November 4th. Who gets to be the Republican nomination? It's a good question.
Well, what do you mean? He dies before the election?
Assassinated, whatever.
Yeah, well, usually what happens is the person who is the vice president with the acclamation of the party, it's up to them, becomes the presidential candidate. See, the parties have conventions and they have nominations and they decide who they're going to push. So they might have to have an emergency meeting to come up with an alternative.
Oh, okay.
Happened.
So whoever he nominated to be his running mate, if something happens to the president that's running for presidency, the running mate is most likely would be the new nomination for president?
Yeah, that's possibility, but not necessarily the case. It's up to the party in question.
Okay.
Judge, have you?
That's how Trump got in with Republican Party. They did not have a senior delegate situation like the Democrats put in place to assure that Hillary Clinton got nominated. She didn't anyway, but the Democratic Party is crippled because of that. And there's an artificial slew that they've got built into their system now. But what I'm looking forward to is MAGA spinning off, excuse me, from the Republican Party. We've got an ideal third party that gives an alternative. MAGA. It's not Republican, but will be spun off from the Republican Party. So that is a consideration that we need to look into.
Judge, have you chosen a vice president in your mind?
No, I don't, because to me, it makes indifferent. It's indifference to me.
Okay.
It's an indifferent matter to me because boss Trump is going to be in charge in the next term of straightening this country
but something
out,
happened to him.
Somebody.
Yeah, but
it doesn't make any difference. He needs somebody that can work with him and execute as his executive officer. That's like on a war.
No. I get.
Well,
We
who's
get that.
that
We
person?
You get that?
Who's
We
that
get
So
person?
you need somebody who is a good executive officer, who is an expert in management of people.
I think Byron
and in the
Donalds would be
politics.
best. Byron
Well,
Donalds.
maybe.
Oh, I like him. Yes.
So,
all right. Well, thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
I'm going to
Jane.
drop down.
Appreciate it.
Bye bye.
All right. April. After April is Professor, and I don't see Choke up here. It's 11 people requesting, and this space expires, honey, at 12 a.m. I think Robbie, you requested earlier. I'm not sure, but all y'all 11 people, honey, I can't do it. I can't do no marathon. I can't do it. But go ahead, April, and then Professor.
Hey Dana, how are you? Peace, power, and reparations to people. I first wanted to say, I just find it weird that people who don't qualify for reparations is always the loudest people to talk about it. And then people get upset when we delineate it and gotta check people lineage because people just be talking like they are lineage and shit and they not. They like, if you like at some point you should be quiet. And what's weird is that you talk about reparations and then you talk about the Jews and the Japanese, which both receive repair. It's so crazy. It's like you think we're insane or something, or what people who think like that aren't smart. You're so nauseating. It's ridiculous. I really, that was why I raised my hand. I needed to say that
April, your phone going in and out.
who
You've been having connection
actually receive
issues all
reparations
night
as
tonight.
to why
April, April, can you hear me? Your phone is going in and out. April, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, Dana.
All right. Yeah, April, we can't hear
I
you.
hear you.
April's connection, I could tell was going in and out because she kept dropping. We can't hear you, April. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. But you're muted. I didn't mute you. Twitter has an update. Thank you, Professor. I think we all need to update our X
I
app
can
tonight.
hear her.
I can't
I
hear.
can
Okay.
hear her.
Oh, you can hear April.
But let me tell you what the update is.
Wait. I can't hear her. So April, you're gonna have to drop down, come back up.
Okay. The update that Twitter X is talking about is that if you like something, your like won't be officially recorded.
No, yeah, I mean sometimes you gotta update the app in your phone. All right, go ahead, Professor.
Yeah.
April, drop down, come back up because I can't hear you.
Greetings, room. I won't be long. Like April was alluding to, I want to address some misconceptions about reparations to the Black freedmen. Let's look at history. I'm a historian, a scholar. Reparations. What does that mean? Keyword: repair. Right. So the freedmen, African American freedmen, were slated to receive repair shortly around Civil War. What prompted that? Well, in July 1862, there was a black physician. Well, Lincoln, the Confiscation Act was passed, wherein Confederate property was being seized, right? And a black physician named Dr. John Rock in Boston said, "quote Why talk about compensating masters? Compensate them for what? What do you owe them? Call me. I'm sorry. What do you owe them? What do the slave owners owe them? What does society owe them? Compensate the master. It is the slave who ought to be compensated. The property of the South is by right the property of the slave." That was according to Dr. John Rock, a black physician, right? So fast forward a couple years.
I
don't know why.
I can't hear Professor. I don't know what the hell is.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Somebody kept trying to call me, so I'm almost done. So a couple years later, General William Tecumseh Sherman held a conference in Savannah, Georgia, with 20 Negro ministers and church officials, according to Dr. Howard Zinn, mostly former slaves, at which one of them expressed their need. The way we can best take care of ourselves is to have land and to till it by our labor. 4 days later, Sherman issued Special Field Order 15. Now, keep in mind, America was under martial law, right? So he, as a general in the United States Army, was in full authority to issue a Special Field Order 15. What did it do? According to Dr. Howard Zinn, it designated the entire southern coastline, 30 miles inland, for exclusive Negro settlement. Freedmen, that's us, that's me, could settle there, taking no more than 40 acres per family. By June 1865, 40,000 freemen had moved into new farms in this area. But President Andrew Johnson, in August later that year, restored the land to Confederate owners, and the freedmen were forced off, some at bayonet point, according to Dr. Howard Zinn. Why'd I bring that up? I brought it up because we never fully received our repair. It's well documented. Our repair was snatched back by a less than adequate vice president who became president after Lincoln was assassinated. So it's documented. We need our land back. And last point I'm gonna make is if you listen to what Dr. Howard Zinn said, the land that we received was on the coastline. Why is that a key key? It's key because that Sherman was a genius. That gave us a direct line to food. We didn't have to rely on any system for food. We could fish for our own food, but it was snatched away. So I think we're going to get it back, because if you look back, history will erase the mystery. What one of my heroes, Professor James Small, says. Who initiated all this? Some little bitty black physician named Dr. John Rock. That's all I had to say, and that's history. Deal with it. Thank you.
Well, as a co-host, I'm gonna rebut it. Now, here's the deal. You said back in the 1800s, I believe, that it was snatched away. Well, the facts are, sir, it would have been long paid out before you were born. So what's the point? You still wouldn't have got it.
Point is,
into what April said about people who are not entitled to reparations, talking against it. Well, none of you are entitled to reparations. What are you going to call yourself? FBA, ADOS, freedmen? Listen, America is the land of the free, sir. We don't need romanticizing and pipe dreams. Excuse me, sir. I'm not finished. Excuse me, sir. I'm an American. That's my lineage. I don't play. Hold on. I don't. Excuse me, sir. I don't play pipe dreams and politics, okay, with reality. I'm an American. I was born free. Let me tell you, hold on. Let me tell you something, sir. My lineage, excuse me, you're emotional. Pipe.
Wait, stop. Let Real Queen rebuttal, Professor, and then you can have the last word. And then I need to figure out what I'm gonna do with the people requesting. Kim, I saw you requesting. You could, if you request, I'll bring you up now. I brought Miss G up. So Kim, if you're still in a room, please request and I'll bring you right up. So go ahead, rebuttal, Real Queen, and then Professor, you get to have the last word.
So you asked me my lineage, sir. I'm an American, period. Now check this. My lineage, sir, is emancipated, born free. Yours too. You were never a slave in this country. Stop it. Stop it. Just trying to feel good and making stupid rhetorical arguments that go no place. The reality is, I'm trying to get you to think in real time. None of this nonsense looks good on paper. Listen, Jim Crow was a pejorative term, you dig, used against Black Americans. So when you go to court trying to sue America through the judgment fund, they're going to say, oh, you want reparations because of a pejorative term? Get out of here. Come on, people. Man up. I'll land.
well, in quick rebuttal, I'm not even going to be emotional with her because I'm almost 100% sure she's not of my lineage. But as any first year law student would know, well, I'm not even get scholarly. It's not worth it. But let's do this. I had a family member years ago.
You can't make a point, but go ahead.
I had a family member a couple years ago who was killed by a hospital, and she was dead and gone. And on behalf of her harm, my family, some distant, filed an action against the hospital and won. And guess what? We all got paid. I wasn't harmed. My aunties and my distant cousins weren't harmed. My family member was, and we got paid. And just like that, we're gonna get paid for up the land that was taken.
And that's why you got paid, because it was in the family, sir. Check.
I'm from Alabama, and I'm.
It's called wrongful death.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying.
Wrongful death is tortious. It's within the lifetime of parties who were concerned. That's the problem. There are rules on statutes of limitations. There are rules on personal and collective liability. And the problem is the only way you're going to get anything is not through a lawsuit. It's if somebody passes an Enablement and Appropriations Act by a legislative body that can afford the payout or the conditions. So I would suggest that everybody think about this fact. Right now, we are in transition, and somewhere in the next decade, the American public is no longer going to have a majority race or ethnicity. And what happens is everybody that's now part of the minority structure of the country, who is not part of a friendly coalition, will be attacking the restitution. You will get multiple states, particularly some of those in the South and Midwest, who are sure to go directly to the Supreme Court attacking it. And you will have some interesting developments. So, again, it's politics. And even if you get successful politics, you're going to have to survive certain precepts of American law.
All right. So, Professor, were you done? You do want to say something else? I'm gonna go on to. I'm gonna make a comment, then I'm gonna go to Mr.
Yeah. May I make one quick point here that nobody seems to deal with?
Go ahead, Judge.
Every single Southern state that was in the Confederacy between the late 1800s and about 1930 had statutes on the books that were put there because the plantation owners lost all of their sons in the Civil War, but they had children with their favorite slave mistresses. And rather than the money, the property, the assets as cheating to the states in question, they wanted their kinfolk through the slave mistresses to inherit. So every single Southern state had a provision like if the person has no more than, say, 1/4, 1/8, or 1/16 known colored ancestry, they may apply to any judge in the state for a declaration of Caucasian status. If vouched for character-wise by two known white people, said individual, if they appear to be reasonably white, is entitled to a declaration of Caucasian status. That morphed into anyone who is not heretofore declared Caucasian with any known colored ancestry will be declared colored. And then within 4 or 5 years, most of the states couldn't undo the declaration, but they said any person with any known colored ancestry will be declared colored for purposes of this statute. So that means that you have a lot of grandparents right now to people who would be nominally entitled who do not look black because they only had 1/4 colored ancestry or 1/8, so they have a significant enough percentage of black in them to be declared black, but they look white.
Who cares?
So what are we going to do? Well, the point is they were slaves. So what are
Okay,
we
then.
going to
So
do
then
about
that
them?
means they qualify. So what?
That's the point, and we're going to get a whole lot of
Well,
No,
woke
you gotta
folks
prove it.
screeching because they're
But you
blonde
still
hair,
Your
blue
Honor.
eye. Oh,
you want to get
can.
people
A
to say, but
DNA
you
test.
still gotta prove it. You still gotta prove
Yeah, you
it. So
can.
let's move on.
That's easy.
It's just like
All
you
you
going
gotta
around in a
do,
merry-go-round.
Yeah,
That's fine. That's
all you
fine.
I
gotta
want to
do
finish
is
my
My
point.
grandkids
introduce
don't
the
look black, but they
declaration.
still qualify for it and they can prove it. So whether you look
Well,
black or
yeah,
not,
but
if you can
you
prove your
okay.
lineage, then
I'm
you will
talking
get it if
about.
it's
I'm
passed
not
through
Well,
talking
Congress.
about. I'm talking
well, the
about
good
I
law.
want
judge.
That's
Professor
all.
to have the last word so I can move
That's
on to the
just the
next
law.
speaker so
It's
I can
an
hurry up and
impediment.
close out this space.
Well, the good judge brought up that he actually, I'm in agreement with Your Honor.
Nobody
He
is
brought
not
up the point.
disagreeing. If you fucking qualify for reparations, you will get it. Why the hell are we going backwards? We're going in circles. It's not rocket science. So what? I don't care what you look like. I don't care if you're a fucking alien. If you qualify, you qualify. The problem is getting it.
Right, and what the good judge gave the key. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, Your Honor, but he said a statute is going to have to be passed, right? So let's again look back to history. That's my crystal ball. and look at 1868. In 1868, those same emancipated foundational Black American freedmen, whatever you want to call us, pastors and
Honestly,
physicians,
I don't
and
mean to cut you off, but I don't want
go
to go.
ahead.
I don't want to go back in history. You know why? Because those people are dead who was in Congress and legislation. You need to do with the Congressional Black Caucus today. We need to do need to do with people who are in office today to pass a law to pay for past um, transgressions. Deal with
Right
the
on.
people who are in office today, because those are the people that have to pass legislation for reparations. That's it. We don't need no more
Yeah,
fucking
fact.
history lessons. We don't need no more studies because we already have them. You have to vote the people in that you know that is going to work for your agenda. And part of that agenda for Black people will be reparations. But you have to advocate to get those people in office. You have to advocate and get up off
Yeah,
the
and
couch and make sure that people in Congress, white or Black or whoever, is doing their job. If you are not presenting them with some type of legislation or agenda or what have you, then shit is not going to happen. That's on a federal and a state level. I'm not going back into history. I don't need to, because it's already on the books. This is about who the fuck is in office and what they're doing, what they're not doing, and what you are demanding. I need to move on to Miss G, and this is what I'm going to do, because I only brought up people who were following me, because actually I'm about to close out this space. So, and I see 2 people requesting that do follow me, but I'm gonna have to drop some people down. But I'm actually tired right about now, so
Oh, I dropped Dana. It's good.
I'm going to Miss G, Robbie, Professor, the other professor, and Black MAGA.
Yeah, your buddy professor now, the buddy professor, not the
My
other
buddy professor, yes. Actually, so yeah, so I'm gonna go to Miss G, then Robbie, my buddy professor, and Black MAGA. And then that's gonna be it for tonight. We start these spaces at 9, and I said 9 to 12. And I do have my regulars that come exactly at 9, and they get a lot of airtime. And then everybody else, y'all come like 11 o'clock. So if you feel rushed, that's because you kind of came late. Go ahead, Miss G.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Thanks, Dana. I just wanted to say you're absolutely right. It's a debt that's owed. And I'm 1000% in agreement with what you just said when it comes to why they should pay us out. Reparations has been paid to several people, several, uh, several types of people over over the last couple of decades. So it's absolutely possible, even Harvard, like I think somebody mentioned here or earlier, is showing proof that the government can pay it. And it always is a way to do anything. What I don't like, the only thing that I don't like is when people are not genuine with their stance as to why they go against reparations. So I think you said exactly what I was going to say in the first place, but I just wanted to make it clear we see the people who are not genuine. I wouldn't even give a person that much attention, highlight the issues that they say that's out of place and disrespectful to our people, and keep it moving. They know exactly what they stand on. That's very disrespectful to our collective. Not only is it dangerous, we're attacked across this country all the time, but it's just not genuine. So it's a lot of non-genuine people out here. But I'm so glad that you basically said it. And it's late, and I know you're just as tired as me. So I'm gonna digress, and thanks, Dana, as usual.
Appreciate you.
Well, you know
I'm
what? Some shots were fired. Let me wrap this up
No,
real
don't
quick.
do that, please. Please
Stop,
don't.
stop, sir, stop.
well, actually, Real Queen is technically she a co-host. So are you rebuttaling?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I gotta rebuttal this foolishness. Disingenuous, sis. Come on. Really? When are you going to go to the halls of Congress, ma'am, or sue the government? You're the one being disingenuous, not me. I don't have a dog in the reparations fight. I make a good, lavish, six-figure income every year. I'm good. I don't need to beg for nothing from the government. Okay? It's you with a disingenuous issue. You're talking, sitting on the chair, the couch, but not doing nothing for reparations. You know what I'm talking about? It's ridiculous. Stop trying to feel good and be about it. I'm good.
All right. What happened to Rob? Oh, there you go, Robbie. Go
Good
ahead.
evening. Thank you for having me up. I'm gonna just say what I have to say really quickly and shout out to Judge and to your co-host. You know, I've been listening to a lot of these arguments for the last couple of years, and the one thing that I've noticed, I keep praying that cooler heads prevail, but it's obvious there's so much bad blood. I think we are about as separated as a country as we were before the Civil War. The beautiful thing is, be careful what you wish for, you're gonna get it. I'm gonna tell you right now, 9 times out of 10, Trump is gonna win. This is the only thing I have to say to people who are against reparations. I just want everyone to keep that same stoic attitude when this economy crashes, when some of these bubbles pop, because we do have something called private equity funds, and we don't legislate greed, right? So when some of these when this economy goes into the toilet, kind of like it did before 2008, I just don't want them to pull UBI out of their ass. I say this all the time to some of the white supremacists, because people will start saying, well, wait a minute, that might sound like a good. I mean, when I start hearing Republicans say this, that's when I know that's something they have planned later down the road, because pretty much we have more people participating in the experiment than there are jobs and there are careers. That's the only thing that I think would be disingenuous. So it's like, if we're not going to do reparations, then let's just say right now publicly, we're not going to bail nobody out. There's going to be no UBI. So that means if your grandmama or whatever can't get her Medicaid or whatever, and I want to piss on her like a dog on a fire hydrant, then that's just that, right? We're just going to be stoic with everybody. And I'll land my plane there. There's a lot that I would say, and I'll just say this lastly. That is another thing that's beautiful. For every action, there's an equal but opposite reaction. In this country, we've had to deal with the anger of white men and people being in fear of retaliation. And it's really a heart issue when it comes to Congress or whatever. It's about, it's not just electing people, it's about this country having the right heart to do the right thing by the people. And I'm not even talking about reparations. I'm saying across the board, because I think people are compromised by corporations. But I'll say this. See, people don't think there's consequences for the things they say. Bloodshed is going to come eventually down the road. It seems like it's inevitable because I see so many people divided. I hope cooler heads prevail. I don't think it's going to happen this election cycle, but I can see the way social media works, the way everyone talks. It's like there's just so much negativity that's been put out in the air. I'm afraid that if I go shopping, a mass shooting can just pop off, because there's so many people that are off their rocker, believing all these crazy conspiracy theories, whining and crying, white replacement theory. They want to blame the Jews. They want to they want to blame reptilian shapeshifters. But in reality, the thing that's funny is I see Americans across the board, regardless of what color, losing their jobs, getting laid off, not being able to get a home, right? So that means you're going to have less people being able to afford college because people pull equity out of their homes to pay for college. These are just things that people ain't talking about. And y'all don't think it's going to eventually lead to bloodshed? It will. But I will say this, though. I hope there's somebody making a special list of certain individuals, especially right, that are un-American, that are part of this problem, that put out all this propaganda, and they have big platforms, because I think these corporations are complicit and blood is going to be on their hands. And if people aren't sued, yeah, then there's going to be justice in the streets. I pray it doesn't happen, but I see it happening inevitably.
All right. Appreciate that, Robbie. I want to go to Professor, then Black MAGA, then April. And I don't know, I may be able to bring you up the reparationist depending on the time. So, and then that'll be it. But go ahead, Professor.
Thank you, Dana, and thank you so much for hosting this space. Shout out to the family, Miss G, April Showers, everybody that's Black American family up in here. And I know right now for all of us, as we've been sitting back listening to Cream Mott, I believe is her name, it can be very triggering listening to her. And to listen to her speak on reparations and, of course, talk down to us like she's doing this entire time in this space really gets to me. It really pisses me off how she is talking down like we are not even human. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it sounds. So I really wish she would start speaking on our reparations talks. And you know what you can do? Instead of talking about reparations for Black Americans, you can speak on these nuts.
Okay, it's rebuttal time. Sir, I don't care if you offended, okay? I don't care. Listen, my job here is not to dehumanize you, dear, it's to wake you up to the hard truth. Listen constructively to what I'm saying, and hopefully you will understand the value of getting off your butt, going to Congress, and stomping for your dear beloved reparations, okay? I'm trying to, what do you call that word? Motivate you. I'm trying to get you to think critically. That's it.
Let
Because
me
the
say this.
reparations landscape, hold on, the
Wait, let her
reparations,
finish. Let her
the
finish. Let her finish,
reparations,
Professor.
the
Let her finish.
reparations landscape as I see it right now is a bunch of bullshit.
So let me say this though, real quick. Why are you triggered, Professor? And that's what I'm saying. Like, why are people so triggered if they are against reparations? People could be for or against whatever they want. So why are you letting somebody trigger you? We are all adults, you know. So I don't agree
Could
with
I
a lot of
answer that,
things.
Dana? Could I answer that?
Wait 1 second.
All
I
right.
don't agree with a lot of things Real Queen say, but she has a right to say it, just like I have the right to say what I'm going to say. So I'm not going to sit up here and be all triggered. Now, again,
But you can't, she can't
no,
say
she can say,
whatever and
yes,
then
she
be upset
can.
how we bop
Yes,
her
she
in the head.
can.
No, she
Yes,
don't get bopped
everybody
in the
needs to stay
head.
on their
Come
mic.
on.
Hold on for a second. Yeah, she can say what the fuck she want to say. I don't want people saying the F word. I can do it, but I don't want people calling other people names, no, or insulting someone. But you can say what you want to say. Yes, you can, because nobody's not going to tell me that I can't say what I want to say. A lot of people, a lot of Black people don't agree with some of my stance. So what? You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with other Black people or white or whoever. You can say what you want to say. My question is, when you say that you trigger, first of all, Professor, you're not triggered. So, but there are some people that do get triggered. I'm like, why? You need to have thicker skin. You need to understand people should have freedom of press, freedom of speech. If you disagree, you disagree, and you rebuttal on why you disagree. But that has nothing to do with the business at hand, which is making sure that we get reparations. So who go was it? Wait a minute. Oh, Black MAGA.
May I make a quick comment, just very brief? I grew up when people had fights on the playground on a regular basis. And it was, don't like it, what you gonna do about it? And right now, I keep asking this question in that context. If you don't like what people are doing, what are you gonna do about it? Because it never was enough to sit there and get upset when somebody confronted you. You had to be able to vest consequences, or you got embarrassed into shutting up. Um, if there's a big lottery, I'll buy quite a few tickets for it, but I'm not going to stake everything on the outcome of winning the lottery. That would be nice, but I'm going to count on not winning it, but I will take the chance that I might. But you see, the problem with reparations is when people start talking about just cut the check and they sit around waiting for the check to be cut, you cut down on your odds of taking a lot of valuable time and turning it to a constructive use and answering the question, what are you going to do if you don't get it?
All right, I want to give 30 seconds to Robbie, then I'm going to go to Black MAGA, then April.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make it real quick, and this is not even a address to Queen. It's just something that I think in general that we've seen, because she kind of clarified what she was saying about motivation, and I totally get that. So I don't think she's trying to be like Machiavellian vitriolic, but I do see something problematic at this time. As a nation right now, I feel like we're in wartime. We're in a cultural war. And I feel like propaganda is relentless messaging. So you got a lot of anti-Black messaging, not only in this app, but everywhere, 24/7. We really don't have any allies. And then on a real slick sense, you do have white supremacists that act real codified and act like they want to be buddy-buddy with us. They want us to line up against the Jews, this and that and the third. But I don't trust them to be a dog catcher, let alone a Walmart greeter. And we got these people that have infiltrated law enforcement. So what my point is, I'm never going to lose sight of that. The true enemy is not my friend, the people who talk out the side of their neck. And what I'm saying is some of us who are brown enough, I'm going to tell you a good example. Tommy Sotomayor. He should know better than to say the things he says as dark as he is. So whether you're a foundational Black American or not, it's like, why would you want to be an enemy to Black people when you know some of these same people who write in these manifestos, some of these same people, it's not about politics for them. They want to exterminate us all, and they will. And guess what? I'm ready for them, and I won't say anything on this app, but Judge Joe Brown is exactly right. I know exactly what we need. And I'll say this publicly. You're going to force Black people to embrace fascism, their own version of it. And I'm ready for it. So I'm going to let everybody do what they're doing. Just when everything collapses, don't sit here and think you're going to pull another Rosewood. Don't think you're going to pull another Tulsa. Don't use Negroes as your excuse because you're greedy Mayflower suckers. You're never going to hit it big. You will need somebody to blame. And if you think the greedy white man cares about you, you know he doesn't. So proverbially, when you get your ish pushed in, don't blame us because we're at the bottom. But a lot of us have done magnificent things. The sister said she makes 6 figures. I know I'm retired. There's a lot of people that we're doing well. I just get tired of the anti-Black racism and the propaganda. I respect the judge. I can respect criticism coming from my elder because I know it's coming out of love. But we let some of these white supremacists talk really slick, and then they get these coons to be out here babbling. There's going to come a day where there's going to be real consequences. People are already getting hands and feet for what they do on the app. And I'm going to leave it at that. And it's going to be way more of that energy over the next 10 years. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, respectively, I'm going to rebut quickly. Sir, now, your fear mongering goes no place, okay? I'm a brave American. And you sound as if you're suffering from an inferiority complex and a poverty mentality. See, I don't have those problems, baby, okay? Because I get mine. I'm an American. Stop fear mongering. Stop your fear porn. Nobody cares. Listen, Black people are already fascists. What are you talking about? BLM, Antifa? Come on, man. Smash and grabs. Stop it. I'll land.
No, that's
All right.
amateur hour. That's not what I'm talking about. And I'm a veteran.
Oh, come
And I'm
on,
far
man. Let's
from a
move
punk.
because I've been
Yeah.
waiting.
All right, I want to go to Black MAGA.
Thank you, young man. I get your point. I understand what you're trying to say. I get it.
Go ahead, Black MAGA.
Thank you. Hey, Dana. Hey, Judge Joe. Peace to the chat.
Hi.
Hi. Y'all can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, bet. So I wanted to touch on something that Judge Joe had said earlier, which is that a vote is a stand-in for war. And I agree with that statement to a degree because Malcolm X said in his infamous ballot or the bullet speech that it's either going to be one or the other, the ballot meaning voting or the bullet meaning guerrilla warfare. So unless and until you're ready to take up arms and engage in guerrilla warfare, I suggest y'all vote like your life depends on it because it does. Brother Malcolm stressed the importance of voting because he had a vested interest in preserving Black American life by preventing all-out war if at all possible. And on the other hand, he also believed in the right to self-defense, as do I. And I understand that we are already at war, whether we like it or not. And that's clear because the U.S. government has always been at war with Black America. And therefore, I consider voting to be a legitimate and an acceptable form of modern day warfare because the United States government has always used voting and immigration as a form of indirect warfare against Black America, primarily through the Democrat Party, through their covertly racist and their openly racist candidates and their anti-Black policies. In fact, in that same Ballot or the Bullet speech, Malcolm X said that the white liberal Democrat is the enemy of Black America and that any Black American who votes Democrat is a traitor to their race. Now, that's a bold statement, but it just so happens to be true, and it still holds true today. Also, there was a speaker who had asked, why should we as Black Americans participate in a system that doesn't benefit us? And I would counter that with another question, which is, how can you expect the system to benefit you if you don't participate in it? That's like expecting a crop to grow when you ain't sowed nan not a seed, nor pulled nan not a weed. It's an unrealistic expectation, which indicates to me that you're not living in reality. You're living in a fantasy if you think you're entitled for a system to benefit you when you refuse to contribute to it in any way. You can sit on a couch and complain because of ancestors who were willing to get hosed down and attacked by dogs for the right to vote. Many of our ancestors during the Civil War, the Jim Crow era, and in the Civil Rights Movement have literally fought, died, and been lynched for the right to vote. So it's a total slap in the face to them and to their legacy to squander that right. I'm not about to disrespect our ancestors by turning my nose up at an opportunity that they bought and paid for with their blood, sweat, and tears. Now, I've heard a lot of my fellow legacy Black Americans, which is the term I prefer to use in lieu of FBA or ADOS, but I've heard a lot of our fellow legacy Black American brothers and sisters say that they will opt for the couch unless reparations is on the table. But the simple fact is that if we don't vote against these Democrat enemies, against their policies of wide open borders, then our vote won't hold any weight anymore because they will replace the Black vote with illegal immigrants. And then we won't have any bargaining chips left with which to even hope to negotiate reparations. Meanwhile, they will keep sending hundreds of billions of our Black tax dollars to other countries in foreign aid, which is really just a Democrat money laundering scheme and an excuse to claim that there is no money left to pay us the reparations they owe. And I say all that to say this: the couch is a very weak political position. The couch is a place for pussies and pacifists. And quite frankly, I believe Harriet Tubman would have left these couch riding ass Negroes by the wayside. So in the words of Dave Chappelle as Rick James, I say F-U-C-K yo couch, because that's exactly where these crackers want us to be. And because as legacy Black Americans, we can't afford to sit this one out. And that's why we need to vote for Trump in November, hopefully with Ben Carson on the ticket as the VP, because the man is brilliant. And unlike Byron Donalds, who is not even a legacy Black American, Dr. Carson is actually married to a Black woman. Also, Vivek is low-key hella anti-Black, and he's also adamantly anti-reparations. But on any account, whoever Trump picks is still MAGA all day until the border is secure and every last illegal immigrant has been deported. And I'll land there.
Appreciate you, Black MAGA.
Very good, very good. I appreciated that.
Yeah. I want to go to April and then the reparations. Go ahead, April.
Can you hear me? Testing, testing.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll be brief. I'm not going to be long. A lot of things have been said. I think I've really said everything I needed to say to, the person who's been disparaging the repair of my ancestors. It's like just exudes it. But the American government needs to right its karma, right? They actually deserve to lose. And you're not real patriots if you're against America paying the debt for the unpaid labor, that the terrorism and the acts against humanity. Like, you're not American if you don't feel that we should receive our repair that made it even possible for motherfuckers to have any type of any freedoms, that the land of the free, because of Black Americans. It's crazy. You're not American if you're not including those who built the country. You're just not, right? Everyone's genocide needs to have an answer for. I mean, you literally gave us examples of those who already received reparations. So every genocide deserves an answer, except for the Black American descendant community. We got to just suck it up. Y'all got us fucked up. Stop bringing up civil rights. Who the fuck is civil? That has benefited everybody. Right? Yet again.
Slow down on the F word.
Oh my God, I can't. Okay. Shit.
Stop using the F word. They'll block this. We're trying to commercialize this on not Facebook, YouTube. We can't use that. So please. Now, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I apologize, Dana. I really do. It was not intentional.
You can apologize to me too. I just pointed it
Apologize.
out. I'm
I
co-hosting.
apologize, Judge John.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Thank you. Now,
You
go ahead.
I apologize.
Keep making your point.
Okay, I'm on land. I'm gonna get ready to land. I hate when people bring up civil rights, because that literally is how people got their liberties. And so somebody mentioned something about the white erasure. No, the Mayflower whites are being erased. Right? They allow all these other people to come here because when they arrived here, they're not white, because they're not white. You're not white. So that is happening. The Mayflowers are now not receiving as much privilege as they should have, because they've allowed other people to come and take on their identity. So yeah, just like people sitting on a stage and saying that Tommy is Black, or BLM, Antifa, and smash and grabs are descriptors of Black Americans. It's not, right? Like, this is insanity. And this is what an American said on this stage. People are so fake and disgusting, and yet want us to save America because that's the only way, right? So if you don't give us, right, because politics is what? War without bloodshed, right? If you don't give us what we want, then we're going to allow America to burn down. Right? Let these people come, because we're going to survive. These folks will not survive. They haven't been able to survive. Most of the people with the most to say are immigrants. They're Ellis Island illegals. They came here and they received all the benefits that they're complaining about, these new whites, the office of new Americans. They're ushering in the new Americans. Y'all are about done. Y'all ought to receive the benefits, and you did. That's why you don't want these new people to come, because you are being replaced. And what will happen is you're going to not be able to produce like you weren't in your homelands when you fled here. You have never been able to build anything. You arrived here at somewhere that was already built and being built. You can't do much. You will not survive. You need Black America. Black America has saved this country its entire existence. Talking about 1776. We've been here before then. You probably arrived here in the early 1900s. You're not an American. Are you okay? It's crazy. People are insane. And your job is in jeopardy, baby, because what are you waking up? What you're waking up is that the majority of people asking Black Americans to help them save America hate us. So why would we help you? Why would we help you? For what? We preparing. Somebody said be prepared. We're preparing. We're preparing for the next 100 years. Y'all aren't included in that. You're not included in nothing that we're building. That's why you've always been mad, because you just won't leave us alone. Just give us what's due, because you're going to do it, because we are that generation, right? So you're going to do it. It's just how you want to do it, baby, right? You want America to burn down first, or do you want to actually help repair us so that we can help y'all beat this? Which is it? Because we're going to continue to take back our neighborhoods locally. Y'all talking about this Trump. We talking about we taking back where we at. y'all losing it. Local is how we're going to take back and beat y'all up even more, right? We're going to take from you even more, and we're going to focus on only us. We are no longer civiling it up with nobody. If you are not a part of the Black American descendant community, you won't have no benefits because race is being abolished. It's changing right now. I just love it. People said we had no power, and here we are globally talking about what we want y'all to talk about: delineation, reparations, immigration. I love it. Let's keep going, family, because you will pay the debt. You will pay the debt. And I like Ben Carson too. And if Penn goes, then hey, we might be on the right track, right? And hey, Trump already done said Black Americans, we know y'all built this country and y'all don't get the credit. So, hey, this a businessman, baby. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, what's gonna happen is when you pay us, we're gonna put our money back in America. We don't send out billions of dollars in remittances, and we don't want every melanated person who just flew here to get paid for the things that happened to our aunts. Oh no, it is just for those who built this country, not people who come over here and act like they Black and cosplay as they Black and check that black box. All that has to change as well. That needs to be a part of the conversation that Trump has, is changing our identifier and what it means to be Black/African American. We need ethnic identifiers, because race, no, that's not how we're going to survive in America. Otherwise, you're going to continue to be erased. So which is it? You're going to survive? Because we could play survival. Thank you, Dana, for allowing me to speak. I hope I covered everything.
Yes, you
All right.
did. All right, thank you, April. I appreciate it.
A question. I ask everybody this, since everyone's so adamant in talking about what's going to happen, what if it doesn't?
No, we're not going to answer that. We'll save that for next week. We'll
But let
save
me
that for
see.
next
Let
week.
me say a couple
That's
of
the
things,
one
though.
that's never
No,
addressed.
wait 1 second, real queen. I gotta get to the reparationist.
Oh, okay.
I want him to go. Go ahead, reparationist.
Thank you so much. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
There
Yes.
is some crazy feedback, like it's like a recording in a loop. Are you hearing that?
No.
I've heard a little something going on, in the background.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Let me try.
Try. You want
Okay.
to drop down and come back up?
No, I really
Okay.
don't, because
If you're talking,
okay,
white
let
guy,
me.
I think she's streaming.
All right, just go ahead and speak because we can hear you.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna try to ignore this feedback I'm receiving, but thank you so much. Listen here. I don't. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think the feedback is distracting you and you're going in and out. Maybe you should just drop down
I'm
and come back
afraid to
up.
drop down because then I won't be able to be heard again, like ever.
No, I'm
Just
gonna bring you right back
all
up.
right.
I'm gonna bring you right back up.
Okay.
Hey, sister, reparation it was an update tonight too. So check the app to make sure you updated your app.
Yeah. All right, so listen, I can't, it's people requesting to come up. Too many people requesting. So this space is from 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. Eastern Standard. Because I put a limit because I don't want to go over, and we actually went over an hour. We went over an hour. And then the last people I brought up, there are people who actually follow me. So that's why I brought them up. The Negro, honey, I'm not bringing you back up. You was here from the beginning, which I do always appreciate it when you come up. But I gotta start winding it down. All right. So let me know. The reparation is, you can unmute.
Thank you so much. I so appreciate you lending yourself to this conversation. It's been rich. It's been epic. I'm going to be brief. I'm going to do my best. Listen, you know, I'm hearing people talk against reparations because they make multiple six figures and thing of this nature. It's highly offensive when you know that government at every branch has made us a bottom caste. And right now, we're in the fight of our lives to prevent from becoming the permanent bottom caste in the country our ancestors built with their lives. You sound like a Crayola wanton white supremacist. And I'm not trying to say that to disparage you personally necessarily, but I do want our people, the Black American Negro freedman descendant of the emancipated, to understand that wanton white supremacist is now green. And so, and it's from a lot of people, even within our own tradition, they are sitting up here talking these points as if the majority of us are not struggling. I'm not one of them before people sit up here and try to charge me with being some type of poverty pimp or sitting back on my laurels, waiting for a check. I do quite well for myself as a mom in California, as an educated mother in California with a daughter in college, and I am an independent. But what people fail to understand is that right now, voting for the Democrats or your couch is going to leave you couchless, okay? You're not going to have a couch because there are currently 282 million white slash immigrants in this country. The only kind of immigrants they're allowing into the country are anti-Black American Negro freedmen, descendant of the emancipated. They all hate and detest us, and they want what our ancestors built with their very lives. And what is happening is these demon rats are using our votes, our reparations, and our taxes to genocide us. And so I'm not speaking out the side of my neck like I don't know what I'm living. I've been in California for 21 years, and I'm here to tell you we've been legislated out of the state down from 17 to 3%. We're not just moving south because that's what we're choosing to do. We are the highest rates of unemployment, the highest rates of homelessness in this state. And as California goes, you see the rest of the nation is going. That's why Chicago is turning red. So it is politically lazy to think in a country where there's 282 million white immigrants because they all get to identify as white. They only identify as people of color and all these other things when it's time to claim what we are owed, what we are due, what our ancestors fought for. Otherwise, they check the box white. Okay? You're crazy if you think that there's 50 million of us, 14% of us are immigrants, and they're fighting to keep these borders open because they want all the power. They're taking over in the public and private sectors, not just the orange groves. They're taking over politically. So if you think, like Dr. Claude Anderson said, that prying your reparations out of the dead cold hands of these whites, the Mayflower whites, if you think that's been tough, you ain't seen nothing till you see fighting immigrants for your right to repair. We're fighting it out here now. We went through 2 years of a task force hearing while Newsom drove a $96 billion surplus down to an $88 billion deficit spent on the pandemic and illegals and immigration. And so they got about another 50 million between DACA and these illegals that they're trying to make legal. With whose vote? The black vote, the swing vote. Well, let me tell you, you vote the couch, that's a wrap. You won't have a couch. You won't have any more voting power. You will be neutralized in your vote the way you've been neutralized economically. I am an independent, and I will be voting for Trump, not the repugnant clans who are in bed with the demon rats to genocide Black Americans, Negro freedmen, that is. I am for Trump because he said day one, and he's done it before, that he believes in deportation. He believes in making America first. I believe in making America great for the very first time for the majority of Black American Negro freedmen, descendants of the emancipated. There's only a handful of us that are really, really doing just okay in this country. On my block, these houses are selling for $930,000 out here in California. And my question to those of you who agree with voting a couch or voting for the demon rats, where are you going? You don't have dual citizenship. Where are you going when this bullshit, this bullcrap that has happened here in California, when it encroaches on the South like it's already doing? They are giving away our reparations and our taxes to these immigrants to make them whole while telling us no. And I'm here to tell you, you continue to vote for the demon rats without demanding that they do something for you, then they'll never do anything for you. And they have declared war on us. And the ballot has become the nuclear missile that we must return to them in Barack and Obama style numbers on 11/5. I'll land there. Thank you.
Can I? I've been waiting. I'm not trying to interrupt. But
Well,
like,
wait 1 second, Patrick Reeves. You've been waiting because I'm not swinging back to the hands. I'm letting people go, and that's it because I'm about to wind it down. Thank you to Reparationists. So listen, it's 1 o'clock and I'm an hour over and I'm tired. And I know you guys that whoever's listening and you on the West Coast, it's still early for you guys, and I get it, but it's 1 o'clock here and I can't do it. I see you, Judge Sarah. I would love to bring you up, but you came in at the tail end. So next week, Tuesday, and I just want to send out a reminder. Every Tuesday we start at 9. It's from 9 to 12. And I'm really, really, really trying to stick to that schedule and, and just shut it down. So Judge Sarah, and matter of fact, you don't even follow me. And that's why I said I'm only bringing people up that was following me for the last thing. But just come early the next week, 9 o'clock, because for every week, for some reason, it spills into the reparation topic, and that wasn't really the topic. And then when somebody starts talking about it, that takes up majority of the space time. And honestly, I'm tired of talking about reparations. Unless you telling me
They better pay it
unless
then. They
no
might as well pay it so we can stop.
unless the discussion is organizing to get certain politicians in office on the state or federal level who are actually pro reparations, or lobbying to get people to vote for reparations. Unless it's that conversation, that's fine. But the whole thing, how we going to get it, who gets it, I'm so over that. I'm not having that conversation. That's why when if you want to bring up a story about the Haitians or whoever, I just shut it down quickly because we're so past that. It's honestly, the focus should be Congress, and if we're not talking about Congress, I don't want to talk about shit else when it's with reparations. The conversation with reparations has to be centered around Congress. That's it. Not history, not a study, not I'm against it. You could be against it. That's fine. There's a lot of things I'm against, but they still sending money to Israel. They're still sending money to Ukraine. They still giving millions and billions of dollars, not millions, billions of dollars to the illegals that's coming over here. And Coffee Shop gave me a reality check because now I'm shook because I'm pretty sure these cyber attackers from China, everywhere else, they all the way up in here about to hack our energy system, honey. So we got bigger shit to talk to discuss and worry about than who's supposed to get what. Because we already know who's supposed to get it. Now it's about lobbying Congress. That's where the conversation needs to go. But it was a good space. And again, if you guys are requesting to speak and you didn't speak, please come at 9 p.m. Or at least by 10. Or at least by 10. But because I want everybody to be heard. But anyway, thank you, everybody. First of all, thank you to Royal Queen. I know majority of everybody in here dislike her for reasons I understand, but she is a good supporter. Thank you, Queen Mahat. Girl TV says emotionalism is not a good frame of mind. People really need to develop tired and true critical thinking skills before taking a side or being against something. Emotional thinking always lands us on the wrong side of history. Hashtag man up. Yeah, I agree with that. It's just that I agree with that pro reparation. Um, Shay Glenn Youngkin will be VP pick. I bet money on it. 15 semicolon 1 for Youngkin. Okay. And Shay, again, for the first time on this show, I really enjoyed the conversations and comments. Are you planning a live on Thursday during the debate? Great question again, Shay. So this is the thing. Apparently, I heard that CNN bought the rights to the presidential debate, and they are not allowing independent media such as myself and other YouTubers, because we're all independent media and YouTubers, to air it. Because we would take and we'll air it. So we can't air it. I can't have a debate party. And I'm like, that's messed up. That goes to freedom, going against freedom of press, freedom of speech. Now I may just go against the grain and air the shit anyway, or I might show it live on my website. So I need to find out more information. And if we cannot for sure air it on YouTube on our channels, because other big channels such as Tim Cass, they're independent media, so they can't air it. But if he's still airing it, then I'm gonna air it. And if something happens, we'll definitely do the show after the debate. So it'd be like an after party show talking about the debate. But CNN is on some fuckboy shit. And honestly, Trump should have said, I'll do it if everybody has access to it to air it or whatever. So we already know the jig is in and they're trying to protect Biden. But so yeah, but that'll be discussed on Thursday. I just need to get more information on the do's and don'ts. But again, thank you to everybody that came up to speak. I really appreciate all the speakers. And then, like, again, I do apologize for the people that's requesting that didn't get a chance, but I'm just really trying to stick to this time. And we are an hour over the time. And definitely everybody on YouTube, I love you guys, and my moderators, Catalia and Southern Belle, and everyone who donated. Oh, Roro sent me 2 cash apps. Appreciate you. And then I'm gonna have the judge close it out. So either way, go to my YouTube channel, The Real Dana, subscribe if you haven't. We will be live on Thursday. I'll probably go live or just do an upload tomorrow by myself, but we're definitely going to be live Thursday. I just don't know if I'm going to be going against the grain and airing the debate. But either way, go to The Real Dana on YouTube. All right. Can you air it from, okay, so C-SPAN is part of, how you pronounce it? Extraterrestrial radio. So it's a matter of, even if I'm using C-SPAN, because that's what I was going to do, go to C-SPAN and air from C-SPAN, I'm going to try that. But the fact is that only mainstream media can have access to stream it. So they could stream it on their website and they could stream it on YouTube. Independent media like me, Tim Kaz, and I think PBD, we can't stream it. So again, I need to find the logistics on that. And that's just some straight bullshit. But anyway, guys, everybody have a good night. And Judge, please close out the space.
It has been said, and the author of this statement was General von Clausewitz, a Prussian general based on his experience after the Napoleonic Wars, as something that is pertinent to a lot of what was discussed. And that is, quote, war is but the ultimate extension of the political process. And as such, if there is any way of resolving an issue short of war, it should be taken. But war can be waged if, in fact, it is the only means of accomplishing the necessary ends of the state. So just remember that war is a political process, and politics is on the spectrum that leads from discussion to war. And that's why I keep saying, what are you going to do if you don't get what you want? So
make the assessment, see what's up, and the rest of the world doesn't deal with our niceness or our reluctance to get our hands dirty. Just remember that, because we live in a world environment now.
All right.
Do what you will.
Good night, everybody. Have a great week ahead, and we'll see you live on YouTube on Thursday. And I think I am going to stream it anyway. So, all right.
By the way, be careful of that. There are some legal constraints that can bring deep trouble.
Yeah, thank you.
It's like somebody playing a movie, and if you don't have the rights to the production and you do it, you're open for damages.
Yeah,
Just be
thank you so
aware of
much.
it.
All right. Good night, everybody. Have a great week. See you on Thursday live on YouTube.